Call this board retreat to order. We begin with the high-performing boards training with Linda.
Yes.
Full on for flexible. Do you know any of the students that want to? Yeah.
Morning. I'm Linda Bowie. I am here on behalf of Georgia School Boards Association. I'm a consultant with GSBA. And we are pleased to be invited to do this because there are other entities that you could use to provide the training. The superintendent has the sign-in sheet that we will need in order for you to get the credit, but you will give that to them at the end. And that is because I have to be able to confirm that everybody participated in the training for the full time. So I will be here all day with you. Also, there is an evaluation sheet that we have to have submitted available for the Department of Education. They've never asked me for mine, but the time that I don't do it, they will ask. So please complete that evaluation form also at the end, okay? You are veteran board. So, and I want you to know, I am going to use script because I have been a school board member, and given the microphone, I can go off on a tangent, and I don't want to do that. I want to cover the material that is essential for this morning. I want you to take care that I don't want to bore you with details about things you've already been exposed to. However, it is tantamount to the success of the governance team that regular review remains a part of your itinerary. So much of this you've already heard, but please just be patient and know that it is required. So I'd like to ask that we make this as interactive as possible. Talking head can get to be deadly. And unless you take no dose, this could be bad. So please don't hesitate to stop me, to make comments or to ask questions, because what I'm talking about is generic for school boards, and some of it you may want to question as to its relevance to city schools of Decatur, and that's fine. We can talk about that. Remember that this is a time, although you designated it board retreat, this is a time set team. And I say that specifically because, Madam Superintendent, your active participation is solicited. This is a team, so you all need to participate. And I say that because I've gotten in some areas where a school board member felt that the superintendent should remain silent. That's not true. So we're going to begin by taking a look at the word leadership. And as indicated on the slide, so what does that word mean to you? And what I'm asking is, for example, what do you see as characteristics of leadership? Anybody?
Courage.
Really?
Okay. Thank you for that. Anybody else?
I was going to say feeling, and then I think also courage to see when something needs to be done differently or admit that, that didn't work.
Okay, all right. So there are no wrong answers for that question, but when we talk about leadership, one of the things we want to talk about is effective leadership, because leadership is sometimes assumed because of a role, a title, but effective leadership comes from elsewhere. Effective leadership is collaborative, and as a school board and as governance team, you have to see that leadership is collaborative. A leader has to cultivate self-awareness, for one thing, and enough humility, thank you for that word, to surround him or herself with people who will tell him or her the truth. And that is really important. There are leaders that don't want to hear it. They just want yes people. But effective leadership includes and involves being willing to have people tell one the truth. The effective leader doesn't look for the spotlight, although he or she gets it, or wallow in self-aggrandizement. But the effective leader is skillful as an active listener. So so that the group, in this case, the governance team, benefits from what each member brings to the table. And let me just say this, for all of us who have children or grandchildren or cousins who are children, we know that when we're listening, especially when something has gone awry, what happens? We let them have their word, and we're waiting for them to finish so we can pounce on what we got to say. We want to refute whatever it is they're saying. That's the opposite of active leadership, active listening. You listen not only with your ears, but with your heart, because sometimes what others in the group are saying, you don't agree with. Okay, does that make sense? All right. The school board hat never comes off. And I think you probably already know that. Doesn't matter if you're in the grocery store, pumping gas, at the football game, the school board hat never comes off. The public is always watching. And our society has become replete with behaviors previously considered unacceptable, especially in leadership. But school board members are unique. We can't be like other entities. There are city councils and county commissions where the arguing goes back and forth, the name calling, that kind of thing. School boards have to be unique and must comply with the Georgia statewide model code of ethics. You all are familiar with that, correct? Yeah. Okay, so that's part of it. Most of the other elected officials in our state do not have such a thing, but you have that. You should have a copy of Georgia School Boards Association booklet, the ethics brochure. I think you've all received that. If you don't have a copy, it's electronic, and we can send it to you again, or if you've never gotten it, we'll send it to you. It can be very, very helpful to remind you and others of what you have to comply with. It provides an overview of the legal requirements here in the state. But just keep in mind that the school board meeting is the forum where you are on. The community is always paying attention, so it's not enough to talk a good game. I'll quote from page 7 of the brochure. And, too fast. From page 7 of the brochure. And what it says is, take no private action that will compromise the board or the school system administration. And I want us to pay attention to that, because that's why I say the school board hat never comes off. I want to spend a little extra time with talking about the meeting, because I watched the November 12th recording. I'm so glad that you all do that. But I watched the November 12th recording and want to just remind the board that the board meeting is a meeting of the board in public. It is not a public meeting. Does that make sense? Agree with that? Say.
No, that's the first time I've heard it put that way. It is pretty helpful, actually.
It is not a meeting of the public. It's essential to keep that difference in mind. The public must have access to the meeting, you know that, and they must be able to hear. So it's important. I've been to a school board meeting where the board members were, it's like bedroom talk. That's not appropriate. The public needs to be able to hear what you're saying, and in Georgia, the meeting must include a public comment segment. So I gleaned from the recording, and, I can only go by, I don't know you as individuals, although I have worked with this board before. One of my flaws is I am terrible with faces and with names. Now, Ms. Melinda gave me some directions for parking today. I came in this room, I knew she was going to be in here, had no clue as to who she was, but it worked it out. I finally figured it out. So I'm not good at that. So I want to say that up front, because what I say is not personal, but you have had a good reputation as a board, and I want you to keep it. We have a lot of boards that make it onto the news and not for good stuff. So we want to talk about the meeting, and that's the other thing, is that I'm a parliamentarian. So that's kind of my specialty, but I'll try not to drag this out too long. I gleaned from the recording that City Schools of Decatur does a good job of presenting public comment guidelines to the speakers in advance, and then the board chair repeats the rules, correct? That is a great thing to do it at every meeting, because there's always a possibility that there's somebody in that audience who has not only never been to your school board meeting, they've never been to a school board meeting at all. So you want to make sure they understand. I couldn't discern how the 3-minute time limit is monitored. And I've been to meetings of school boards where a designated individual holds up a sign indicating 1 minute remaining, and then a sign for your time is up. I've been to one where they had something that looked like a traffic light. As a matter of fact, that was Fulton County, where I served as a board member. They had a traffic light, and it, had the red, green, and yellow, and the green would come on to start. The yellow said you had 1 minute left, and then the red. I don't know how you all do it. I don't know if you have a system, but I do hope. I just couldn't tell. Some people spoke so short that you knew it was within the 3 minutes. That there must be a way to gauge so that everyone is treated fairly and that the 3 minutes hold. If I show up and introduce myself as the grandparent of a student, for example, and I'm speaking, but you know that I'm with Georgia School Boards Association, you can't give me 5 minutes just because you know me, okay? It's got to hold true for everybody. And part of that is, that says something about the school board and the school district, who you are and that you're being fair. So that's just something I didn't see, okay?
I want to ask the board in totality, how do you want that to happen? So then to share, we have he didn't see it, but we know that there is a kind of a dial that is visible to the speaker. Do you want that to continue? Do you want to modify that practice? Let's just start right there, because I know it's a question, and different people have had different experiences, lived experiences with a timer in a public comment. So, I want to ask that.
I think the timer isn't doing enough of the time monitoring, just quite simply, because we've had a range of times going over, so, and we wouldn't know unless we asked people, but, so what we're using isn't working if we're looking at the fact that people are going over, is my first thought.
I think the timer is effective. It keeps the time, we can see the time, the speaker can keep the time, but I think it's the chair's responsibility to say your 3 minutes is up. I mean, because you have to have a clock to monitor the time.
Yeah, no, I agree, there should be a timer. I think what I meant, I'm sorry, was that the timer alone isn't.
Yeah, so I think it's the chair's responsibility to acknowledge when the 3 minutes is up.
I don't think the time, because I think the person is either looking at what they're reading or they're looking at us, and that is off to their left-hand periphery, so they're not looking or seeing.
The one's right behind us, yeah.
Yeah.
There's one right behind us.
Yeah, I don't think they see it.
Yeah.
It's just not in there. So, at other meetings I've been to where there's been timed comments, there has been a person that's directly in their field of view that pulls something up, 3 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds, and then they're cut off, like no matter where they are, mid-sentence or whatever it is, it's abrupt, but it is what it is.
Yeah,
So, other than the chair like bangs a gavel, like that's it, your time is up, thank you, or the mic is muted.
right.
I very much like framing it from the perspective that it is equitable to be strict, and not being strict is actually promoting inequity, and so I want to kind of go with that. I do think the chair should be the one that phrases that the time is up. I think we should have a stock phrase that is said the same way to the same, like the exact same way, no matter who is there, right? So rather than interrupting, or rather than, I think there should just be figure out what the language needs to be, but we should say the same phrase every single time. And I wouldn't mind there being a clear auditory cue, like a buzzer or a gavel bang, although that's putting the weight on you, James. If there is a buzzer that just goes whack when it's done, and then, James, you say, thank you, your time is up, next speaker, or how.
Well, let's remember one thing, James. It's not always gonna be the chair. So what you're saying, while it's got to be the chair. And sometimes it's going to be the vice chair. So it's important that you have this discussion and that you can come to agreement, because that needs to be your practice going forward.
I just want to throw in that I think that what I've struggled with, and Hans said it well, is that you're almost like, well, I've never told people to quit talking before when they've gone to 3.5, 4 minutes. Am I going to start it now? Why am I choosing her? The part that I mentally struggled the most with that was when we had a group of parents talking, whatever. We had a group of parents talking, and they were going, and I was like, I've never told anyone to stop at like 3 exactly. But if we have rules and we announce it and we enforce it, then that's clear, and I think it is.
I just want to reinforce what Hans and Carmen were saying. I think there does need to be some kind of impartial, objective, this entity, the buzzer, the sound, because we already know that even if it's printed and even if we have rules, sometimes that's hard for people to process. So I think just the perception of a human saying, your time is up, like you said, and at least there's something else that.
And I don't know, and I, as a board chair and other board chair, I don't always notice that the time is up either. Like sometimes I've looked up, oh, it's 0. I have
Let me
no idea.
interject right here.
Yeah.
Vice chair, okay, vice chair, that can be the vice chair's role. The vice chair helps the chair in facilitating the meeting. The chair is calling on individuals who raise their hand to be acknowledged, and if the chair misses it, the vice chair can say, nope, Ms. Bowie was next. Something like that, but can also do that with your time. I'm sorry, but I also don't want us to get lost in.
But this is actually a really important discussion, though, if you don't mind, so I would like to hear what Jada's saying.
Well, because we have the timer on 3 screens, right? To both sides and right behind us. I personally, I think those are adequate. I think I'm hesitant to have a physical person standing in front of it. I think it could, you know, like I was proud of those young people who had the courage to speak. And I think somebody right there in front of them with a paddle and everything may have increased their anxiety in speaking. But I think that if we could have like an alarm set, and I think a ding or something at the 1 minute mark, so folks will know. Because if they're looking at their paper too, I don't know if having someone right there in front of them with a paddle will help.
I think an auditory signal, maybe a minute ding. I do like the idea of a buzz at the 3 minutes, because it interrupts the speaker and gives the chair the opportunity to then say clearly to everyone, thank you, your time is up. That's it.
I have one other question, and we may not even need to look at it. So I went and I looked at the public comment direction. And, you know, it's like everything else. I'm getting my streaming service. I sign up for this. And so it, you know, off the top of my head, it's 13 things. It could be 10, it could be 15. So if we do feel that time is an issue that people need to pay more attention to, then do we have a second step? So right now, it's, I think, something to be effective. I've read all this and I agree to it. And you check that off. But if time is something or anything else, I don't know if that's even an issue to address right now.
Let me go back to my script and just take this a little further. The rules that you developed have to be implemented identically for everyone appearing before the board. That is the role of the board chair. And while I heard the statement that the board chair or the attorney would admonish anyone violating public comment rules, that was what was read, I strongly encourage you to expect the chair to handle it, except in extenuating circumstances. For example, if a speaker is saying something that is totally against the law and board members aren't aware of that, then you would want your attorney to interject. But basically, for all intents and purposes, this is the role of the chair, and you obviously are having some discussion about it, but what we're dealing with is you want the community to have confidence in the trustworthiness of the school board. If Ms. Bowie comes and gets 5 minutes and Mr. Terry gets 2 minutes, you know, it does create problems. If you're going to begin to enforce the 3-minute rule at your next board meeting, just insert something in that script that the board chair is already reading. And I know it said that you would be cut off, but that, I don't know that that happened. And I was not sitting there doing timing, so I'm not sure. But it's just something that I have seen in boards, and it's something that you want to take care of because you want the community to trust the board. It's nothing else. Does that help?
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is, as we're talking about this, you might want to look at a job description for the board chair and vice chair. I saw what you all have in your norms, but it's very brief. But GSBA does have a sample that I can easily provide to you if you'd like to look at it. It just describes what other things are involved for the board chair. In January, you have your election, as most boards do, for your chair, and there's a skill set that is required for the chair. I have seen boards where they rotate the chairpersonship, yes, because all of us just don't have that skill. It doesn't have anything to do with intellect or the person being, you know, their character. It's just a skill set. So please consider that for your chair and vice chair. The vice chair is not just a placeholder. That person has to be, you know, has to be ready. So the other thing is, I'm not sure about this, but I thought I heard outbursts from the audience during that meeting. And I wasn't real clear because it seemed like the microphone kind of cut off a little bit, but that is something that should not be tolerated. Remember, this is a business meeting. It's not a rally. It's not a public hearing. Unless the board manages its meetings, the public will control it. And I have seen it. I'm not gonna call the board out that I went to and did a training and sat through their board meetings first, and it was unbelievable. The board is good, but they're good people, but it's a small community because they know everybody. They were trying to be tolerant, trying to be nice, and it just got out of hand. You don't want that to happen. So in a nutshell, keep your meetings professional, as you have been, but enforce your rules, no exceptions. Now, as I said, that's generic, and you will make your decision as a board. But I think that as you've had this discussion, it's something to think about. Good? Okay. So, just a reminder that board members are the liaison to the community. And while members of other public entities of elected officials are expected to cater to their constituents, school board members are to be informed about what goes on in the school district and share that information with the community. So you receive commentary from residents. And everywhere you are, you're going to receive their comments, their concerns, their questions. And it's important to bring their opinions to the board table, even if you know that they're off, even if you don't agree. Bring it to the board table because everyone needs to know what, quote unquote, they are saying. But the other thing is, board members don't dig their heels in to accommodate the wishes of individuals or special interest groups. And I'm talking about effective school board members. That's really important. You bring the information forward, share it with the body makes a decision. I've been there. You know, I've been there. My sister-in-law was a teacher in Fulton County, and I was sitting on the board. Most people didn't know about it. She was up in North County. I lived in South County. And the one time that something came forward about her school, I said to my colleagues, I have a relative who works at that school. I am going to recuse myself from this discussion. I didn't have to, but it would have been a conflict of interest, you see? So we have to be careful in dealing with the community, especially in a small district where everybody knows everybody. Some people live here all their lives, et cetera. When you get to the meeting table and share what you've heard, then your active listening skills kick in, such that your decision and ultimately the vote is based on the discussion and what's best globally, not what I heard from my neighbor or what I heard from the lady who used to be my babysitter. That happened to me too. Her son got in trouble. She came to me. Well, unfortunately for her, after she did all the talking, I had to tell her, well, I'm not gonna be able to sit in on that discussion because I have too much information. But you get the gist of what I'm saying? I think the thing that is really important is that what you're doing has to be global. I know that you have 2 districts from which board members are elected, and then 1 at large. But you still have to deal not just with the people who live where you live, who go to the church you go to, who speak the language you speak, who look like you, who about every student that is in this school district. And I heard you all talking about that at your pre-meeting. Your, what do you call that? Pre-work, okay? That was something that the superintendent said. He kept emphasizing all. Okay, so actions of the board take into account the entire district. So best practices suggest elimination of terms such as my district, my principal. I don't know that you all do that because you're so small, and that's great. I see you shaking your heads no. That's perfect because it can be divisive. But this governance team collaborates for the benefit of the wider community. So to that end, community engagement is essential. You gotta talk to people. They've got to speak to you, and they have to believe that you're listening. And listening just means that you're receiving the information. And to that end, sometimes the use of FAQs or frequently asked questions can be helpful just to make sure that the board is on the same plane, especially when it comes to controversial issues. You've got some stuff going on in the community, and boy, did it come out in that meeting. It came out, but you want to make sure that everybody is saying the same thing. I'm not suggesting that you're scripted, but you don't want to say individual board member that doesn't mesh with what the board is talking about. Okay? Does that work? It's, again, something to consider. And confidentiality comes into play, too. And it's not necessarily limited to executive session. There are times when the superintendent may call school board members, or another designated administrator may make calls to give information that really is not to be shared with other individuals. And again, in a small community, that can be difficult, especially if you've had relationships for a long time. But the school board has to be able to hold on to its information, and by law, you are required to do that, which is why when you go into executive session, parents aren't invited in, other interested people aren't, except when it's specific to the meeting, and then they are excused. Is that right? So you rarely are gonna have, Miss Millie to just come to the executive session, because you have to keep things confidential, and other people are not required to do that. So the superintendent or other faculty members or staff members will from time to time offer information that should be kept close to the vest. And as much as possible, by the same time, the governance team wants to be as transparent as possible, because you want the respect and the trust of the community, because then they will support. Am I making sense? Yes. They don't trust you, I don't care what it is you're putting out there, they don't like it. And there are boards that have experienced this. Because you are likely to have long-standing relationships with members of the community, please don't allow that to interfere with your school board responsibilities. Remember what was said a little while ago, at least I said, school board hat, it never comes off. So even if I was talking to my sister-in-law, who's still in Fulton County, we didn't talk about things, and, I did not deal with what was going on in her school. Don't tell me, I don't need to know. Now she tells me. Okay? And there are things that I can suggest, and they can be helpful to her without violating any trust. Am I making sense? Anybody have any questions or comments on that? Good? Okay. Oh, I'm gonna need someone to tell me when I have 10 minutes left, please. See, I've already gone over it. All right. Will you do that now, Susan?
Yes,
Okay. All right. Does anybody play chess?
Yeah.
A little? Okay. Well, that's fine. I don't. Okay, I don't. But I think this can be helpful. Does anybody who has played chess at all, can you tell us something about the chess pieces? Not individually, but generically.
They all have rules about how they move on the board,
Thank you.
different rules.
And I did not pay him. This is the second time you've gotten exactly where I wanted to go. Okay, so it's my understanding that even in setting up the board, each piece has a particular place on the board, is that right? And the chess pieces can move only certain ways? Okay, I read that, some pieces can only move forward, and pieces can jump over other pieces in certain circumstances, right? Okay, the governance team is something like that. There are roles and responsibilities for members of the team, so that board members deal with the, y'all hear this all the time, board members deal with the what, suggesting that certain things can be done, and receiving guidance from administration. Board members' recommendations may or may not be well taken, but that's just based upon the role, okay? Now, ideas must be in sync with state law, state Board of Education rules, federal law, your local policies. Your local policies should not be in conflict, your new policies should not be in conflict with existing ones unless you're going to move those out. And one thing that many times the board attorney will tell you is, don't come up with lots and lots of new policies. You've got a lot of them. Has anyone memorized the policies for the school district? Come on, really? There's no way. There are so many policies. So in your consideration of coming up with new ones, you want to make sure that you're not conflicted. So our board members focus on the what? Administration, under the leadership of the superintendent, focuses on the how. Okay? The superintendent is your CEO, and she works with her staff to determine day-to-day operations on how things will proceed. I heard some discussion in the board here about it because everything didn't come out very, very well. The other thing is I'm aging and I don't hear as well as I used to. But it sounded to me at one point where there was beginning to be some concern about policy, and what you really were kind of moving into was procedure. And policy, the board approves. Typically, the board does not write policy. No, not typically. The board does not write policy. Recommendations come from the administration, and the board approves it. But the implementation is procedure, and that belongs to your staff. Okay, am I making sense here? Okay, because there is that distinction.
No, can I ask, I'm sorry, because I totally understand the implementation.
Okay.
But I think I heard you say that the board doesn't initiate policy?
I said the board does not write.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, and I got into a big thing with a new board member one time. Just come onto the board, hadn't been to his first board meeting, and took me to task in the newspaper because I said that the board does not write policy. And his whole thing was, but we are a policy board. You are. And what you do is you help guide policy, but you do not write it. And part of that is because legally, you could get into quicksand, okay? Okay, so, and no, thank you for asking the question, because we want to be clear. Sometimes when people are presenting, and I do this a lot, I say things routinely, and I want to make sure that it is making sense to you, which is why I keep asking that question, okay? I don't want to make assumptions. The other thing is that the community doesn't see the public school relationships this way, okay? Your constituents likely to believe that the board runs the school district. Most constituents in most communities believe that. It's up to you to help them understand that board members see that the district is run well. There's a difference, okay? They're two very different concepts, and referring your general public to this brochure is, can be helpful, okay? okay? And so if you do not already have this electronically, get yourself a copy of it electronically and make it available when people are pressing you about certain things, because they think you make the decision. We'll talk about personnel, but I know that people in the community think that you hire and fire and demote and promote, and you do not. Except for one, and that would be, you're right, the superintendent, okay? So let's move on, because I don't want to run out of time.
So I just add, does everyone, Zenda's mentioned this, brochure, and I know the only person I went to new board member training was obviously with Tracy. So all of you have this brochure she's referencing. I couldn't put
Oh,
my hand.
wow. Okay, listen, this is old, and that's why I kind of, but what I'll do is I can send an electronic copy.
Right.
I know that they do not have this anymore at GSBA, because I used to take it with me when I do a training so I could pass them out. But, it's still valid, okay? So, do you have an electronic copy, Madam Superintendent?
Yes, I can easily access it from the site, and I'll make sure you all get a copy of it.
Yeah, it's so helpful. They're just places that you can point to for a person who's pushing you about doing a certain thing that you know you're not supposed to do. When they see it in writing, sometimes that can be helpful. Okay.
The new board member training is a 2-day training, and actually GSBA is conducting a new board member training right now. Sophia is a representative in a full 2-day training outside of everything that she has academically. Yeah, that's not, necessarily most appropriate, but she did go to a full day at the Charter System Foundation, which helped to, we have to be mindful that students that's looking
Not like you
to
guys.
go to a very prestigious university,
Yeah, that's
she graduates.
It really is, and there are other states that have student reps, and I'm not really sure how that you all will cultivate this, and you'll be the example for others in the state to do the same thing. I will say that the first day of that new board member training can be like drinking from a fire hose. It's finance. It is conducted by the State Board of Education, but it's a lot of finance, most of which the board really doesn't deal with anyway, because it's not. Okay, so, you're fine. Okay, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on this one, but just wanna say, because I heard you all referencing the strategic plan, and it excited me. Development of the strategic plan is another tool for educating the community on the role of the board and the role of administration. When you put together your strategic plan, I could tell by the discussion in the meeting, that you had done it the right way. It's collaborative. So members of the public participate along with student representatives, faculty, and staff, sometimes a few board members all working together in the creation of the plan. That's initially. What's key with the public school district's mandatory strategic plan, everybody's got to have one, is the collaboration. So your plan is developed over time. Community people came into a series of meetings. They spent a lot of time talking, et cetera. They made their recommendations that were subsequently given to the board. Everything that came out of those meetings did not make it into the strategic plan because they were indeed recommendations. But following those, the board took action and approved the plan. But what is incumbent on the governance team now is to make sure the strategic plan is referenced at least as often as every board meeting. So I was doing a happy dance because you all referenced it during your board meeting. That helps participants who remember the time they spent know that their time and their energy were not wasted and are not taken for granted. So that plan appears on the district website, and the public should be made aware of any changes. There will be changes. There are changes in life. Stuff has changed. Remember when we went through the pandemic? All bets were off for a while. But the best laid plans may be impacted by changes in legislation, budgetary revisions, changes in the student population, et cetera. But it's essential that the district be transparent anytime there's a need for revision, and you provide the rationale. Citizens will trust the plan if they know what's going on. They don't want to know all the details, but they want to know you're paying attention to it. So collaboratively created, referenced regularly, reviewed and revised, accessible and relevant. That's what my suggestion is. Okay? All right. You all seem to be doing a great job with that. I'm so excited. Okay, personnel. This is an area that is typically misunderstood. So I'm asking that you as a governance team be sure to emphasize to the community that there is but one district employee accountable to the board. And that's the superintendent. While she's accountable to the board, she must be allowed to do her job without interference from board members. The community may not get that. Again, collaboration is key. So her responsibilities are spelled out in the contract, and you all review that. Performance evaluation session. The board is required by law to evaluate the superintendent's performance annually, and that evaluation should be based on mutually agreed upon goals and objectives. This is the one job where the performance is done, where the superintendent has to suggest some of the things. The board can't suggest all the goals. Just not experts in that area. So it has to be collaborative. Whatever the board brings forward, we would like you to do blah, blah, blah. Superintendent says, oh, that's insane. There's no way I can do that. However, I can do this part. Let's talk about graduation rates, for example. A board that says we want a 99% graduation rate, although last year's was only 67%. The superintendent would say, that's not reasonable. What you want is to give the superintendent goals that are a stretch, but are attainable, okay? So don't ask me to change the lights in this. No way, all right? But with help, with the ladder and an expert who knows how to do it, I might be able to assist. That's kind of what we're talking about. Does that make sense? Okay. The board has to relay that to the community because your goals may be subject to revision over time. And I believe, based upon what I saw in your norms, that you meet fairly regularly to look at the goals and objectives. Is that correct? That's great, because some boards only do it annually. And I know any place that I've worked, review, that's not helpful. Okay, so you discuss what's going well, what needs to be changed, that kind of thing. Is that correct? Okay. Most lay people believe that the superintendent works for the board. Now, while she is accountable to the board, it's more appropriate to think of her as working for the district. And that's the message I implore you to present. People get into this thing about you're the boss, she has to do what you say. That's not collaboration. Her recommendations carry significant weight, and they should. After all, it should have been the expertise and experience of the superintendent that led the board to hire her, okay? She provides the board with personnel recommendations for hire, transfer, promotion, et cetera. And the board relies on her to bring appropriate candidates forward, recognizing, and this is what's important, she is accountable for the successful performance of those she hires. So when a board refuses to accept a recommendation from a superintendent, there's got to be a really darn good reason. Because that person who would be hired or promoted or whatever is not accountable to the board, but to the superintendent. Okay? Okay. That alone should be assurance that she will recommend only those in whom she has confidence. Yes, you should question her, but, you know, to just, and I've seen a board just totally disagree with any of the recommendations that the superintendent brought forth. That's not going to be helpful. And it sends a poor message to the community. Any questions on that or any comments? Please.
Because we had a discussion about superintendent evaluation, whether it should be posted. We had that in past previous administrations, and even, I think during our last evaluation on whether they should be posted or not.
The event. That is something that gets into legal issues. I am not an attorney, not legally trained, but I will say this. Rarely have I seen a board post the superintendent's evaluation. Now, what you can do is post the results. The superintendent is still here, he passed the evaluation. I mean, you know, or if they want to know something about any changes to the board attorney.
10 minutes. It was 10 minutes, but I know we did not
Okay,
start
okay.
at 10, so.
Okay, okay. Are we good with personnel? We have relationships. And we have to recognize that that school board hat doesn't come off, so those relationships, all bets are off. We're talking about school stuff that needs to go through administration. Okay? All right, quickly. The superintendent stole my time. Okay, I want to talk about fiduciary roles of boards, because typically when I hear the word fiduciary, I don't know, what do you think of when you hear fiduciary? Money. That's what I think of as well. Fiduciary is not just limited to money. A fiduciary is a person holding a legal or ethical relationship of trust. And I'm not going to read all the stuff I had here, but board members are legally bound by their fiduciary responsibility. Fiduciary duty requires board members to be unselfish, responsible, honest, trustworthy, and it goes on and on and on. As stewards of public trust, board members must always act for the good of the school district rather than for their own benefit, exercising reasonable care in decision-making. So, I'm going to talk about the primary duties of fiduciary, and I can give you additional information at another time. But the cardinal principle of fiduciary duty is duty of loyalty, and that places the interest of the district ahead of the interest of members at all times. Duty of loyalty stipulates that a member must publicly disclose any conflict of interest or information that would influence or impact board decisions. That's what I did about my sister-in-law. I have to, but I do. Duty of loyalty requires that board service not be used for personal or commercial gain and that certain information be kept confidential. I don't know if you all remember this, but there was an issue with a school board member, I believe it was an Atlanta board member, this was years ago, serving, I think he was working at a school, a college, and serving on the school board and would go on trips and get reimbursed from both entities. Okay? That's kind of what we're talking about. It doesn't happen often, but it can happen, so that's why I mention it. The second principle is duty of care. And with that one, all members of the board must understand the laws and policies that impact this organization. It's not just your board policies. You have to recognize that you've got federal law, state board of education rules that change all the time. You got all of this stuff to deal with. The board needs to remain compliant. You can't be compliant if you don't know. Now, the superintendent is responsible for keeping you up to date, but, okay, you got to comply. It isn't enough to entrust compliance matters to the attorney or to the superintendent. The other thing that happens sometimes is that we look to the board chair to be the one to know those kinds of things, even dealing with parliamentary procedure and how to run a meeting. All of us have to know something. But let me reiterate, school board members are fiscally, legally, and ethically responsible and accountable to the school district. You conduct your performance evaluations for the CEO. I see you also hold annual self-assessments, but they have to be honest. They have to be honest. When you do yours individually, you have to be willing to state, I need to do better in this. I started out telling y'all I'm not good with names and faces, and I'm not, and that's, you know, being a little flippant, but we have to recognize our weak places and know that there's room for improvement, and then we can look at the whole board. And doing that annually is important. Okay. Effective boards avoid ineffective governance, micromanagement, conflict of interest, and must comply with the code of ethics, yep, I'm bringing it up again, expected behaviors and values for all school board members. Okay? Are we good? I have one more thing that I'm gonna do, and this is weird, but I'm definitely gonna read this.
Is this what this, I'm curious about, okay.
Hello. What does that remind you of?
Rolling Stone.
Yes. Okay. I thought about that, I said, oh, we got a student reference. I asked, my granddaughter some years ago about this, and she had no clue. But anyway, okay, the Rolling Stones. Don't worry, no singing. Okay, Mick Jagger, Charlie Watts, Keith Richards, and Ronnie Wood, the Rolling Stones. They played together for more than 50 years. And throughout that time, they always recognized the importance of practicing together. They understood that for excellence to become a habit, you need to define a shared approach to working together, practicing it over and over until it becomes second nature. Before every tour, the Rolling Stones typically committed 2 months to rehearsing. They appreciated the opportunity to reconnect with their collective rhythm. The practice enabled the band to perform with almost telepathic communication. Richards said he knew exactly what was happening by simply watching Watts' left hand. If the tempo ever started to drag, one glance from Richards to Wood would speak volumes. Together, they would then step up the pace. The Stones' success came from each member having a distinctive yet complementary role. Richards was their spiritual leader, Watts, the band's backbone, Wood, the mediator, and Jagger was in control of everything, a chief executive in many ways. Each of the band's members was a talent in his own right, but it was the chemistry the band had from each of them that worked best. Being part of the Rolling Stones remained the best way for each member to achieve his individual goals. Best teams are those that combine individual drive with understanding the importance and the power of the team. For an excellent team, there's no substitute for ongoing commitment and deliberate practice. I did not write this. Took this from 7 Stories That Prove the Importance of Teamwork by Merrily Lay. I do not know if I'm pronouncing the name right, but it's Merily. That's the first name. The last name is Leis. I could be totally ruining it, but I think that the reminder I'm trying to give to you is, yeah, this is stuff that you've heard over and over, but the Rolling Stones were good. Almost everybody knows who they were if they didn't listen to their music. So let people be aware of who you are, even if they don't have kids in city schools. Okay? Yeah. I'm within my time, right?
Sure.
Under time.
Under time.
Oh, and there's another thing that I want you all to be aware of too, and this is update. You all seen this one? Update, it's dated 2012, forgive me, but it still works. This deals with, meetings, and it talks about what is a meeting, because there are times when you're dealing with things like written communication that's not a meeting, but be careful. You all referenced, written communication a number of times in your norm, and I just want to remind you, whatever you put in writing, be it on a Post-it note, a legal pad, an email, a text message, or what do y'all use, WhatsApp? Don't put it in there, or it's gonna be, it could end up on a billboard. So if you don't want it on a billboard, don't write it down. And this is an excellent document to have. So if you have that electronically, please share it. If you don't have it, I got it. Okay? And it just tells you everything about executive session, all of those things. Are there any questions?
The restroom?
Right around the corner.
Oh, yes, okay.
All right, thank you.
Are we good?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
I probably need to let you in. Is it open?
Yeah.
Did you open both? Did you open the women's there?
Was the women's restroom open earlier?
Oh, it was. It was, okay.
Thank you.
We need to sign this thing.
You don't sign it or anything.
We love the forget to sign.
Oh, no, we don't wanna do that.
Thank you.
No.
She can sign it. I did check with the SBA about that, and what we're gonna do is just record where you have been, in case you need it, maybe get rid, you know?
Yeah.
So, it's okay. We just won't be able to do it for any other training outside of the GSBA. This is me, board. That make sense?
Sign this,
Yes.
not your review. Or just.
Don't sign the review.
Yeah, don't
but
sign it.
Don't put your name on it, but yes, please complete it, And if you've already put your name on it, it's okay. It
I'm not
really
gonna
is.
hold it again.
It's not a big deal. I told you they don't like that.
So do I do this after the end of this whole?
No, this is for.
Okay.
For large swaths of the time. Not all of them. I think Keith Richards and Mick Jagger.
But even their hate is not like Smashing Pumpkins level of hate.
No, but that, because none of them are like Billy Corgan. Billy Corgan was like.
Actually, better, you know, like, well, we didn't like them, but we learned to work together.
Yeah.
We don't all have to be the, you know, Beastie Boys, where we're like,
Everybody loves each other, they're best friends, and they're all, yeah, that's crazy, crazy.
I've been into this podcast, 60 songs that define the 90s. And each podcast is a different song from the 90s and what it came from. It's very like historical anthropology, and they just did Smashing Pumpkins. It did. It's a weird one to throw out. They did Mayonnaise.
Why is that so?
The whole point was like it was a B-side track. It was the first like song where people were like, "Oh, I'm like it developed a rep." They didn't even make a video for it, but it got listened to more. Like Smashing Pumpkins were the first band where it kind of brought back the snobbery around music. We like Pearl Jam. I meant that's Smashing Pumpkins. Yeah. I like the B-side stuff.
And that's so frickin' like tweedy and pretentious.
Yeah, that's the point.
It's the opposite of everything that I like about music.
Yeah, well, they did, yeah, it's great. Podcast is great.
My 8-year-old is a bit Jackson Road. Like, you listen to a couple of the songs, and you're like, oh, I don't think you should be dancing.
Correct.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Or not.
Have you heard this song? Yeah, it's not appropriate for an 8-year-old. But what are you gonna do?
Good morning. Today, we're going to start a conversation about tuition, and so have a little exploration around tuition and what that could potentially look like and mean. So we're going to journey there. As you know, Ms. Bowie would be proud as we talk and ground everything in our strategic plan. When we're talking about tuition, we're really talking about organizational effectiveness and excellence. Of course, it has to do with fiscal management. It also has to do with, has lots of implications around efficiencies and things like that when we think about capacity and staffing and things like that. So very closely related to topics that we'll cover later today too, as far as staffing guidelines as well. So, all right, so as you may or may not know, enrollment's declining, and that's happening nationally in our public schools, right? So it went up, and then in 2019, it really started dipping. And then obviously with COVID, kind of dipped some more, stayed flat a little bit, and has only bounced back just a little bit. So enrollment national trend-wise is going down across K-12 education. seen it more at the lower grade levels than at the high school level overall nationally as well. So just something that's happening. It's not unique to us, but one of the things that we know is that our enrollment has also declined over several years. And because of that, or in addition, our buildings are really, some of our buildings are under capacity, right? We don't have them maxed out. There's extra space, there's extra room in the buildings currently as they were. So one way to potentially increase enrollment is through offering tuition to non-resident students, all right? We know that we're a desirable school district. Of course, people love us, right? So that's certainly an option, and for many good reasons. When you think about operating a school, right, there's a lot of things that go into it. So turning on the lights. Lights are turned on, right? So if we have more kids in there, it's not gonna necessarily, you know, really too much affect like that. Same thing with some of the infrastructure around technology or things like that. Same thing when you think about staffing from the head up, like a principal, you know, 100 kids, 150 kids, 200 kids, 250 kids would still usually be a single principal. You can think about bringing in some additional kids. Wouldn't necessarily mean bringing in additional staff. There's some capacity at some levels for that. Now, as you bring in some kids, right, might be some implications for teachers or classroom sizes when we think about our allotment guidelines and how we're staffing classes. So we're going to think about that as I the models that we started exploring as far as that. Right? All right. So what you have here is our K2s and our 3-5s showing what our current enrollment is. All right. So for the current school year, broken down by grade in a total. And then we've also pulled projections. We get an outside consultant to do projections for us. So these projections are based on April of 24, which is the most recent report we have for the recommended projections. This is similar to what we use for staffing guidelines and things like that as well. So projections for 25, 26. So something that's kind of want to keep in mind here is enrollment 24, 25 at Winona. I have 63 kindergartners. Well, next year for my projection, those kindergartners are going to be what? First graders, right? So think about this a little bit. Also, another way to look at it is kind of that like cohort analysis there. So my kindergartners are going to become first graders, so 63, 64. My first graders are going to become second graders, 85, 73, all right? So when they do this, they look at birth rates, they look at movement, they look at real estate. It's complicated. I'm not going to pretend to understand it all, but they're looking at all of those different things when they're looking at projections, all right? Also from our operations team, we have kind of our building capacity. So big level, not broken down by grade, but what are our buildings designed to hold and how many classrooms are there in there as well, all right? So when you see this difference column right here, the capacity of the buildings, right, is less our current enrollment. So as of today, if you will, right, I can see that Winona Park has an enrollment of 238. Their capacity is 319. The difference is 81. Pause for a second because I know it takes a second to digest.
Is this going to be provided publicly, this information?
Yeah, no reason not to, yeah.
Can we make that total difference column next to the actual set of years that it references? And
Sure.
then put the projected difference, because the projected difference is about 100.
It's
Right.
even more, correct. So if you look at our enrollment to projections, it's
Yeah.
going down. So this is the conservative view right here.
So
But
that
I can move that,
So
absolutely.
that 81, is that for the 25 school year?
That's for the current school year,
Current
so that's
school year.
today. So again, it's on the more conservative side. So throughout the you'll see I kind of took a conservative approach to a lot of this.
But that's ultimately, because I think I went ahead and did the math. And so what we're looking at is how many students we have enrolled now compared to how many students the school building could hold. And then we're looking at the projected enrollment for.
Correct, so that gap will,
So can I ask one question about this just big picture right now? Am I reading that every elementary school right now is
under
under
capacity,
capacity?
yeah.
Okay. And so, okay, I'll wait until we
All right.
finish.
The point that I was starting to make is that the projections are somewhere between 20 and 50% growth in capacity over where we are now. or reduction, basically, in the number of students, right? So it's not just that we're a little bit rough now, but that we're gonna get very rough.
And put a little asterisk in your head,
Yeah.
because one of the things that I account for later, but is not here right now, is courtesy students. So this is, our current enrollment has courtesy students, so employees who have children who are attending our schools is part of the enrollment. The projections, so far as I can tell from the Wolpert results, don't include the projection for courtesy kids.
But
So-
that's maybe like 10%, right? I mean, it's not a huge amount.
It's not a huge number, and I have some numbers for you in a minute too, so.
You were saying that our enrollment's gonna drop by 50% between,
So that, it would, the drop would be more like 25%, right? Like the growth in the number of spaces is gonna be at 50%.
But I think the high school, at least for next year, is staying steady. If I'm reading this correctly, the capacity is 1971, and I think it's at 1896 right now.
The
and it'll
two-
be 1853 next year.
The two largest cohorts in the history of the city schools of Decatur are both in the high school right now and will be next year. But that is gonna start dropping fairly precipitously after that, right? So I mean, if you start looking out 6 and 7 years,
Sure.
this decline in growth that's at the K-5 is gonna propagate
Matriculate
through the
up.
middle school and.
That's a national boom, like, you saw that national, like, spike in birth rate of 2007, and that birth year, that PS group, that kids kind of.
So big idea here is
We got
we got space, right? Absolutely. All right, so trying to think a little bit about what tuition modeling could potentially look like, all right? So what we would do is we would look by school, by grade level, based on whatever staffing allotment guidelines are approved. So again, conservative approach here, just to show you kind of the thinking. So when we look at this, I've pulled the projections that we just saw on the last slide, all right? And I've looked at the current staffing allotment guidelines, which we know have not yet been approved, but the staffing earned, so at K through 2, we staff at 1 to 23. So at Winona, at kindergarten, we earn 3.5 teachers currently based on or we would earn based on the 80 students, all right? So that's really, can't have half a teacher, so really that's 4 teachers, right? So we've got 4 teachers here. So at capacity, what I tried to do is say, ooh, we staff at 1 to 23, but I want to be a little conservative because our enrollment ebbs and flows, right? We know that it kind of changes. What we don't want to do is add just enough kids to make another class, because then it becomes really expensive, because then you're hiring a whole new teacher and you haven't maximized class size. So a lot of this also has to do with trying to play the numbers and maximize the class sizes as much as possible. So we want to fill without fill. Okay, ooh, I just made that up. That was cute, huh? Yeah. So looking at that, if we did 21 capacity with the 4 teachers, that would be 84 kiddos that we could serve, right? Right now, we're currently projected for 80, so that would tell me, oh, maybe we've got 4 seats at kindergarten that I can bring kiddos in for, all right, based on the numbers that are here right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, because it all kind of intersects, the allotments, right? So I know at the high school level, the allotment is for funding, it's not for the instructional atmosphere, for lack of a better word. So if we're staffing 1 to 23, are there K1 and 2 classes that can go over 23?
But, so, I hear your question. We're not considering capacity at the high school. We're really kind of focusing on the enrollment and staffing at the K.
Right.
At these grade levels, because it's not what,
Sure.
we're not, we will talk about school allotment guidelines and all of that, because that sounds like a sad question. The school allotment guideline, not necessarily a tuition question, because we're not considering tuition for high school.
But is 23 the max? Because it would be hard for me to answer a question about tuition if I don't know what the max class size is.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about class size in SAG. This is about tuition specifically in elementary.
I mean, Water dripping out.
Yeah, there's,
Since we have the gentleman in the room, I just wanted to point that out.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say, I saw him just walk that way.
I just saw something drop and I was like, don't walk there. Okay. All right, so did that by grade, all right. And if we were to go this way, this is how it would make sense to be advertised. We would have a certain number of seats available by grade, and we work through all those details with, you know, the lottery or whatever that's gonna look like. There's some where, okay, right, according to ratios, I can't fill any here, I'm -1. Well, that doesn't really mean we're over, because again, this was a conservative 21. We earned 2.8 teachers, so it's close to that 3, which is why you see that there. All right, so you'll see some kind of negative numbers in some places, but that is why you are seeing it in that case. Now, in some situations, it could make sense. So let's look at Claremont, where right now they're earning exactly 2 teachers, which is why it looks like we're down kids, because again, the conservative estimate, the 1 to 21 versus the 1 to 23. So when I look at this, we could say, well, heck, if we wanted to, we've got the space, we've got the need. This is one where we're a little off, and we're gonna be real close to making ratio anyway. Maybe we go ahead and open a kindergarten class, and we staff an extra teacher. If we staffed that way, just based on the 1 to 21, that would be an extra 16 kindergarten slots that I could then open for that classroom based on their current ratios right here. So in that case, it might actually be a win-win kind of beneficial thing, because we're gonna be close to hitting ratio already, so, you know, we might need to add another teacher, so it gives us room to add some students and go ahead and proactively plan for that, open another section, add some additional kids. So that could be an option if we wanted to add grade levels wherever, but there are some places where mathematically it could very well make sense, all right? So this is kind of the same thinking here. And then you'll just notice that, again, at Tally and Fave for 3rd grade, we staff at 1 to 23, and 1 to 25 for 4th and 5th grade. So here you'll see the projection, I use 22, and I use 24 and 24, just because they have more classes, so the kids get spread out, so I can use a little bit of a higher ratio in that case.
I'm sorry, so for the lower elementaries, you're still, what is the max ratio that you're trying to?
So our
You're
staffing,
gonna stay at 1 to 23?
1 to 23, which Adina will talk about a little bit later, is what's currently in the staffing allocation guidelines. So that is how we currently calculate.
Okay.
And you'll talk about that later. Amanda said, because it's courtesy, we're gonna, like, to have a little bit of wiggle room, standard error of measure here, sometimes our numbers aren't quite right, you know, I projected a little bit lower.
How do we?
Sophie has a question. Sophie has a question.
I'm just to clarify, so for Claremont, for kindergarten, it's 47. That's
47 projected, yeah.
And then there's 23 students per teacher. So that would leave 1 extra student. So would that mean that it'd be 24 to 1?
Yeah, so it'd be really like this is rounding because it was so small,
Yeah.
right? So the formula's in here. So yeah, so right here, you're looking, which is exactly why it could be advantageous to open a room and have some tuition kids, because you're gonna feel a little bit higher. Yep.
What do we do if a cohort of kids graduates into a grade where then we don't have the sufficient space? Are we telling tuition kids that were in the school they have to not be in the school anymore,
So,
or?
great question. I have some points to ponder at the end, and you've hit on one of them, so perfect thought.
Can I ask 2 other things? Just, I'm trying to get in on the big picture here, because I know we're looking at the details. So should I know this? Like, what evidence do we have that we have a base of tuition paying students that want to come here?
I would say, if you talk to those that do enrollment and take questions, literally on Friday, we had 6 people who were turned away because they do not live in in our zone. And that was just on Friday. So the amount of questions, and I would say even from emails of, I'm on the line, I brought my house, but I thought it was within the city of Decatur, but it's in DeKalb, and it's 4 houses down. You could also speak with the board attorneys, because in our lines, they go through a backyard and all those sorts of things.
couple emails that I shared, with Dr. Whitaker from a staff member at Agnes Scott.
Yeah.
I have that point too.
Right.
Yep.
Here too.
Right,
Yep.
and,
Yep.
she said that there were several staff.
And then I just wondered from like a charter standpoint, are we deciding this, or once we look at this, are we putting it out to the community to see their feedback on this?
I mean, this is the first time I've presented to y'all, so today is the tuition exploration,
Okay,
so that we can decide what,
Yeah.
and then we'll decide the how.
okay.
Yep,
We have some historical data or a look back in time, because nothing is certain except that some of these trends will repeat themselves, and those of us who've lived indicate. I remember this has come up, but if you talk to Tony Powers, he'll tell you the story, like, has come up multiple times in the past. And I wonder if, and you don't have to have the answers now, but just something to noodle on, what the financial benefit would be of a model like this, where you take students in, you push the class size to capacity, versus considering that you have several schools that are well below capacity, you consider closing one, or doing some rezoning, where you have
Yeah.
some schools that based on your 24 projections, your 25 projections, they're gonna have a little bit of growth, but some that are gonna stay stagnant, and then you rezone some people. I don't know which would be more advantageous, because now you're talking about potentially hiring more staff versus reallocating the staff you've already got.
I just want the board to just consider closing the school, specifically looking at the difference of probably the school you're going to close, something you might want.
I'm just putting that out there as multiple, as another idea. I remember at one point, Westchester was your smallest underperforming school in terms of capacity, and it didn't go anywhere. It just those students got rezoned for a while, and then it came back with capacity, came back up. So I don't know if it's maybe something worth looking at in terms of the cost of the budget.
sure.
Not to freak everyone out, but if enrollment continues to do what it's projected to be doing, we may be in a conversation where we're talking about both tuition and strategic closing, right? So I agree actually with Carmen, it has to be on the table, conversation, yeah. The sooner we can have that conversation with the community.
And, there is a financial, what I would say, opportunity of closure that the board would consider, but no, that is part of the, is that something the board would be open to?
Sorry, I didn't.
Is that something the board would be open to?
I would just say maybe you need to look at it and see kind of side by side, what ultimately in terms of, the teacher allotment guidelines is,
Yep.
what would it look like?
I think there's clearly a threshold where it's necessary. I don't think we know where that is. And so that's where some analysis and ability to, like if it goes to 4 students, we're not gonna keep the school open. So what's the ratio, right? And I think there's some analysis.
The only other question I had, which I know will not be answered in any way that is fully understandable to me right now, but since we are a public school and not a private school, what are those nuanced differences, if any, in regards to students paying tuition? Like, they just pay
So we're
tuition and
gonna-
they are now a CST
So let me
student.
move to the
Yeah,
financial piece.
And
So,
I want to say one more thing about that. The numbers scare me.
Kindergarten, like, suddenly 80 are gonna show up in Winona, which is
Mhm.
bigger than others and stuff like that. So particularly with kindergarten, before we get stuff, I would like to know, like, how accurate have those have been in the past? How likely are we to do it? Because I would hate for our projection at Winona to be 80, and we let in 5, and it ends up being 64 again. Like, I have no idea. That one jumps out at me. But several of them do. Like, at Winona, there are currently graders. So 12 kids are gonna leave Winona between first and second grade.
and some of that's gonna be courtesy a little bit, but not, you're right, not that many.
Yeah, and
Yep.
because you're very fine-tuned numbers over here on the right, like 1, 2, let's do it. So, as a board member, I would want to be able to justify those projections.
I think that's also a decent point is, I've been in Georgia my whole life, and I remember when Decatur took tuition paying students, and when they come come in that young, they tend to stay throughout all the way up. Yeah, so, they'll come in at kindergarten and stay all the way up through high school, so I think it's probably important to look like between K to 1 and 1 to 2.
Yep.
If we absorb those students, they probably would stay all the way.
And then what are our policies to retract that, right, if we have to?
Correct.
If we have to explain that we're not. I know you had tuition last year, we're not offering it next year.
All right, so tuition is guided by OCGA 20-2-133, all right? And so it's related to the tuition. So for non-resident, so you can collect tuition for non-resident students, like you all know this, it's been something that's been done in the past, you might have heard it from other districts, so it is allowable. But then there's some rules about like how the charges can be calculated, all right? So this is the legal language here, and I'm gonna show you a formula in just a second. And then our charter specifically states that tuition is limited by this, and so we cannot opt out of the tuition limitation. All right, so I can't just say I want to charge $25,000 a student.
No, we can't even charge what we currently cost per student. We can only charge what local, so state funding, everything else doesn't count.
You'll love this. So here is working closely with my CFO. So what the tuition rate is, of course, it varies annually, and it's based on actual expenditure, state revenue, and our midterm FTE from the previous year, all right? So what it is, it's this, the gray is like your mathematical formula, your plus and your minus and parentheses and all those things, because that's how my brain works. And then the words are described for my people who appreciate the word description here. But so it's the general fund actual revenues minus, open parenthesis, right, our general fund actual revenues here, because we had to subtract out the property taxes and other local revenue from that in order to figure out what the locally funded expenditures are. So we first calculated, here are our locally funded expenditures, and then that's divided by our midterm FTE to figure out the annual tuition amount per student. Currently, it's $6,860. Bargain.
No, that costs us more than that.
So know that, of course, if they're here, we're still earning FTE on the student, right?
Oh, so they do get funded state.
So if they're here in our seat, we're still earning the state FTE funding on them as well. So this is the local share. Well, if they aren't here, then they don't count in our count, so we wouldn't earn funding on them.
Okay.
The state funding plus the 68.
Correct, because that's the calculation of what it takes. Now, again, different kinds of students come, and the state tells us that educating students doesn't all cost the same necessarily, right? So if we were to get, some special education students might be very expensive based on their needs to fund. So that's something that is a factor too. There's multiple variables going on here as we're thinking about it.
That's the code of the student in FTE. So say, for example, a kindergarten student, you earn more funding for than you do what would be a fifth grade student. A gifted student earns more funding than a non-gifted student. A special education student earns more funding than a general education student. The funding, that's where the coding in FTE is very different, dependent upon that specific student and their profile.
But it's not like their tuition out of pocket is paying their entire education.
Correct, because they're earning whatever their FTE designation and codes are as well. Yep, as long as they're here on the count day.
So will we be able, I know we wouldn't know, like, for those, say, 16 additional kindergarten students that we wouldn't,
We can't cherry pick and say.
Right, well, we might have this many special ed or this many kids, whatever, but I was just wondering if they were all general ed students, would we be able to see, we would not lose any money, I guess is my question.
So we would earn their regular FTE that they're earning, and then this would be the locally funded piece right there. So in theory, and Lonita, correct me if I'm wrong, in theory, we're not losing money. It would be almost like a break even. Where the benefit kind of comes in is, again, if we're talking about maximizing those class sizes, right? I'm now earning additional money for those seats and those kiddos in seats, right? Without having to have like those other overheads that we maybe talked about. So it's bringing, it's already covered.
The overhead is there, whether they're in the seat or not.
It's a fixed cost.
What we are earning specifically is the difference between current enrollment at full rate versus the capacity that we have paid for in fixed costs without those seats present. And so we can't actually do a back into what, it breaks even on a per student basis, but actually nets the equivalent of the difference in those seats. So it's not a break even, it's actually, I mean, it's not a profit, it's, well, no, it is a profit, actually, it's a profit.
Because you will pay for the infrastructure of turn the lights on, heat the building, the principal, all of those things, those, all the little icons around the original house or schoolhouse, all of those are there. And so now it's the opportunity to fill other seats in the building because all of those fixed costs are still there.
And there is a break even. In my head, there's a break even where you actually would add an extra class if you had a sufficient number of students.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's a lot, it's not one or two.
It's not one or
like
two.
10.
If you have like enough of, again, like kind of those, like class size averages that you're looking for, it's gonna be bigger than a teacher's salary.
And I guess there's also the potential to potentially increase diversity by allowing students from other areas.
And we'd have to be very careful to not diversity by allowing, you know what I mean? Like, we would want to be intentional about that.
Yeah. You have
Or
to-
are we allowed to?
You can't discriminate.
How has that been handled in the past? Like, how have they decided where tuition and students were full funds? Did they have to bridge the cab residency? Did they?
I tried to, so I did a little research and I need to do some more, but I asked some people and like, there's very little institutional memory that I could find, because it was phased out and people think around 2014, but then we grandfathered people in. So we had some additional tuition paying students matriculate through, but it was officially stopped somewhere that sounded like probably about a decade ago based on the different people that I talked to.
Yeah. $7,000 a year is a bargain, but it's not nothing, right? And so,
All right, my comments disappeared, but, so just looking at it, simple math, but if we looked at kind of the tuition seats, so when they take you back to that, yellow, that I know we're maybe a little precise and scary, I heard you, right? But if we took those and we just multiplied them by the 6860, the potential tuition that you would be bringing in, this just shows what that would look like, but, and I told you I would get to this, over to the side, we had not yet factored in courtesy tuition students. We would do that on the granular level as well, knowing how students matriculate up through grades. But from a generic, more global, right now we have 38 courtesy students who are in K1 or 2. So I would have to take out those kids because those seats are already filled, right? Like, we already have kiddos in those seats, so I'm not gonna count them. So I just subtracted that out to see what the potential fiscal impact could look like. Or what we would, let me not even say potential, and that's the wrong phrase. What the potential, revenue from tuition. Yep, at K2.
Those 38 students are children of teachers?
Children of teachers, we have courtesy, so of teachers, and then we have 10 spots that are given to the city as well.
So, sorry, now I'm confused. The courtesy tuition, does that operate financially differently from the
Yes,
other tuition?
courtesy tuition is courtesy, they're not paying anything. So Amanda Lynch's child can go to City Schools of Decatur, that's one of the benefits that we offer our employees.
And then, so that calculation there is telling me what cost So the 583,000.
Yeah.
And then
Is just,
a projection
yep,
minus the 38 courtesy students for which we are paying 6860.
we're not really paying.
Okay. We're just not
We're just
receiving.
not,
Another way to say it is that we don't actually have 85 slots. We have
Correct.
85 minus 38 because 38 are in use. So we
Correct.
really only have 40, whatever the number is.
and again, that's just based on that current model. We could look at opening rooms, there's a lot of opportunities here, but based on that.
Let's go to,
All right. All right, so you guys have already hit on a lot of these, right? These are the things going through the head in all of this. One is fiscal impact is hard to predict due to multiple variables. There's a lot of things going on. We know that projections are just that projection, so they might ebb and flow a little bit. We know that, again, courtesy can change a little. We know all these things, so there's some different variables happening. The staffing impact is something certainly to consider. It might protect teachers in an age of declining enrollment, so something to think about. Or there could be a need to hire some additional teachers if we were to open new sections and things like that, or stretch our buildings to more of a capacity. We have to think about what will be the structure, y'all hit on this, of our tuition guarantee. Is it gonna just be year to year? You're in it for this year and this year only. You're grandfathered to the highest grade in the current school, so you're into fifth, you're into eighth, you're into 12th, right? So that's something to think about. We can think about, and I put while it's viable, right? We talked about adopting our policies. There's something that we could always say, you know, we'll do this while we can, but it's not guaranteed or promised. Or are we promising K-12, which is what's been done in the past as well. So just lots of thoughts swirling that y'all hit on. And then we also hit on, is there an opportunity to honor or establish mutually beneficial partnerships? So we already give 10 spots to the city of Decatur to employees there. Agnes Scott College has been in communication with them. They have houses that are zoned for city of Decatur that they give to employees, and the kids have been coming here because they live as residents. What happens when those families have to move out of the Agnes Scott provided homes? They're no longer residents. They would no longer qualify under our current policy to attend city schools of Decatur. So there might be some opportunity there to leverage partnerships, develop some mutually beneficial things there. Same thing, kind of hit on this past resident students. Sometimes things happen, people move out of the district, and I get a lot of requests for them to, oh, can I just stay? Oh, can I just, and based on policy, no, you have to live within the, residence, in the city limits. So, just some things to think about here, and I know I'm about at time, so.
All right. Take a quick request. This is really a fiscal impact of 1 year on 1 year's declining enrollment for one set of grades. But that 300 has the potential to be, a couple million if you project it across all grades as enrollment continues to decline. And so it'd be interesting to understand kind of on a year-by-year impact what this might look like, especially if we provide a K-12 promise. What are we looking at over time as?
I think as you're with the budget development process, this is where it goes in the model of tuition and what that fiscal impact is when we get to the point of not only just FY '26, but when we build the budget, we also give you what would be the impact of the budget over the years. And so I think that's.
And the reason why I ask for it is because I would like to be able to compare that to what would it offset in terms of what potentially closing a school might look like, and what would that impact? Because I don't want to think about closing a school based on just a 1 year.
Sure. Yeah, this is more like, here's how it could look, here's what the model, so we can blow it out from here.
I would add on the previous slide, feedback that one of the impacts is it allows us to keep schools that drop below a certain capacity open.
Maybe.
Hey, why maybe?
So 300 is not that much money.
300 is not that much money, but when you break it down to, the school's down to 120, can't keep it open, but if tuition can get us up to 150, 160, without adding staffing, that school becomes viable.
Yeah, maybe, I agree.
I don't see a world where it doesn't. assuming the students sign up for it.
I think that's also something we have to kind of, what the appetite is for this offering. I feel like the market for private school or tuition paying education is very different in Atlanta than it was in Tennessee. Very accustomed to paying for education. So this may seem like a complete deal compared to, $20,000 or $30,000 that other private schools are offering. Or the flip side, people already have their kids enrolled. If they're looking to pay, they've already enrolled their kids in other private schools. There's so many more options. It's just something to think about. You may not know until you put it out there and see what happens.
I think Jana's point around diversity is an important one, though. I think this is a very fast track to very rich white kids.
But there's a lot of black families that pay a lot of tuition to go to Woodward.
Yeah.
I think,
There's an opportunity.
Do we know enough of, and maybe I should already know this, there was some kind of voucher thing, so like, do we know about tuition, what else could be coming? So it turns out that there are even more options than we're even anticipating. I mean, that voucher thing was like an extreme example that I think wouldn't fit into our, you understand what I'm saying? Like, laws can be changing soon, and so what may happen if it turns out there's even more tuition opportunities than we're currently anticipating right now?
So
you're
you're
just
talking
addressing-
about the most recently voucher law. So the voucher law is really for schools that are underperforming and
Right.
the lowest 5 to 10%, in the state.
But what, Tracy, correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying is, does that voucher open up the opportunity for people to take advantage of the city schools of Decatur?
No, I think it's a question that we can't answer right now, but we might know more in 3 to 6 months. So kind of like Carmen is saying that 20 years ago, what the profile of tuition paying looked like may be very different right now. And so additionally, we may not know in 3 to 6 months that there are other tuition paying opportunities that we didn't even see on the radar. I don't know how we'd address that. But I think to the staffing impact, isn't this going to address everyone, not just teachers? Because ultimately, our staffing, our FTE and local funds really contribute to everyone's jobs, right? So, I mean, do we need to address that in staffing impact? Right now, it's looking very singularly at teachers, but ultimately, isn't it everything and everyone working in a building or the school district?
Yeah, but I think the reason why we look at teachers in this is because that is the single most direct thing on terms of cost that shifts if you overshoot or undershoot, right? But you're not gonna change the number of principals.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Got lunch, is that correct?
Mhm.
Do we need to talk about school on it? Oh, boy.
Lunch is going to be,
Well, let's do a quick
Wait.
lunch.
Very quick question, I'm sorry, I just realized this. That 300,000 is only the 6,800 local that we're saying is in
Yep.
incremental revenue.
Correct.
But it's not actually, we're also getting the QBE revenue off of it. So it's almost double that is the impact. The fiscal impact is more like 600 off those kids. Because we aren't getting that QBE now.
What's the average rate?
It's about half and half, right? I mean, it's roughly, but it's roughly half.
Yeah, let's do 10 minutes, we can do a working lunch.
Yep,
So-
that's just the tuition.
So then let's make sure we show that, because it is a $600,000 impact, not a 3, which is more attractive.
all right. So we're going to have a working lunch. So we're gonna go grab our lunch, and then we'll actually start back with school allotment guidelines in 10.
I think a couple of months ago, I was watching with my kids,
Dana starts
that town in Italy.
Who else? Yeah, if you wanna get started, I think we can.
Okay, no problem. I said, it runs the gamut of how you're gonna receive a message when you're eating or right after lunch. So we're gonna get through the conversation and hopefully gain some insight, during this conversation and have good discussion about some things. Right, I will open up this conversation with just a statement of one of the most, if not the most significant factor of impacting student achievement
is the quality of a teacher in front of the student. And along with systems and structure, this is to support a high-performing school district. And so one of the ways that a school district can really pull that lever of making sure we're becoming a higher producing and higher achieving district is through our human and really looking at this. So that is just gearing up us with the conversation of our students, of our staffing allotment guidelines. Of course, just like Amanda said, most of our work, all of our work is really grounded in our strategic accelerators. And this work is really aligned to our cultivating and retaining high-quality professionals and organizational effectiveness and excellence. I believe Ms. Newton-Scott referred to and alluded to a football analogy during last week's board meeting. And I'm going to piggyback off that. And I think she was referring to the team and coaches and having good leaders leading the team. And I'm going to refer to our school allotment guidelines as our playbook to be intentional about making sure that we staff our schools with the highest quality teachers possible. So as we look at the current staffing for this year, you guys received the staffing allotment guidelines for this fiscal year in October. And those allocations, there were little to no changes when we staffed for this year from FY24. Our teachers were based upon projected enrollment and student-teacher ratios in the formula. And as you can see here by grade levels, this is showing, again, you've seen this before, the FY24 and FY25 student ratios for each grade level. For our school administrators, of course, this is standard building allocation. And then for the school-based instructional and support staff, those were baseline allocations as well. But looking a little closer to the effectiveness of the program, that was not really considered when we were looking at the allocations for this school year and previous school years. And so that's what I really want us to focus on, is to see how we can really staff our schools to make sure that all of our programs and all of our teachers are well equipped and placed in the right places to make sure that we're moving that needle in student achievement. All right, state funding. We talked a lot about state funding in the last conversation with Amanda and tuition, and just really looking at how we get our money from the state, really our piece of the funding pie and how we use it. And so how that is determined is whenever we submit our information to the state through our CPI data, which is our certified and classified personnel information, anything that we submit in that cycle 1 of October of every fiscal year determines that following year's funding amount. So whatever we submitted last year is what we will receive this year for our funding. Our teacher allocations will continue to be based upon student enrollment and class sizes. And then our specific programs like our EIP, ESOL, and special education, those are funded through our teacher ratios given by the state as well. But when we look at all of that and really look at our piece of the pie of how we are using our funding, we really want to focus on how we are reimagining how we're doing school and how we're funding our classrooms, how we're funding our schools to make sure everything that we do is student-focused. And so one of the questions of the day is, how can we maximize staffing in a way that is creative and innovative, serve students in a holistic way, close the student achievement gap, and fits within our budget parameters? And that is through strategic staffing. And I will read this here. Strategic staffing is a proactive approach to allocating teachers and staff within a school district aiming to optimize talent distribution to best meet student needs. And so whenever we hear that, I think that is when the rubber really meets the road of how we are intentionally staffing our schools and being mindful of decisions that we have to make in order to move that needle. So what does that look like here in CSD? And so here we look at some of our options of getting us closer, again, to that needle. When we look at student-focused efficiency, we're really looking at to see holistically how are we performing as a district and how we can make that happen. So when we look at our school administrators, the state funds us at 8.94 APs at a total salary of $468,399. The district currently funds 16 APs at a total salary cost of approximately $1.7 million, which means that we are locally funding $1.2 million for those positions. Again, when we're looking at efficiencies and looking at considerations, we're looking at school sizes. We've already had the discussion earlier about how small our K-2 schools are. And so really looking at school size and the effectiveness of school achievement. So, in order, if we're looking at this, and we're looking at where we would need to be, again, going back to that QBE formula of how we can maximize our dollars, how we can be creative in staffing our schools. Consideration would be eliminating the APs at our K-2 schools. And so when we're looking at that, we're giving you another consideration to look to see how we can create positions that would be in closer proximity to our students and making sure that we're moving the gap, moving the needle again to closing that achievement gap to our students that is in the highest need. So this would look like 3 itinerant staff members, positions that would be between the K-2 and K-5 schools. This position would analyze data to identify data trends and support schools in addressing best practices for equitable outcomes. This position would also coach and model very innovative instructional models in order to make sure the highest need students are being serviced, modeling this instructional model with other students, This is a 210-day position, and if you look at the difference, if you move the teacher, you can see that there will be a positive budget impact.
I just want to run the math really quickly. When we say we fund 16 APs at a total cost of 1.7, it's what, 110,000, maybe 105,000 per position. When the state
This is
funds,
just salary only, not.
no, I understand. When the state funds almost 9 of them and only pays 468, it means they're funding 55,000 per. So the state actually doesn't fund 8.94. They fund more like 4 positions at our current salary. Is that the correct?
At our current, yes, because of the state.
Okay,
Because the state is not funding
fully funding the position.
any position if it's going to be competitive in the metro.
Yeah, so that's I was just trying to wrap my head around that. So the state thinks they fund 8.94, but functionally funds 4. Yeah.
And they're funding 8.94 by ratio. So it's the determinant of the number of students is how they get to the 8.94.
So, I think I understand the budgetary implication. I understand now these 3 support positions would be from the teacher scale, correct? But on a two and a half.
Exactly.
I think where I'm struggling is how that's more directly, I think, working with students. So I see coaching and modeling, but then when I read analyzing data and supporting schools, so would we know more about, like, if it's a 200-day position, what number of days or what amount of time, if we're going to change things like that, are we really talking about in terms of in a classroom working with students? Or I think I heard, like, working with students, so I want to make.
So understand, in my presentation, I will go more in depth about what those 3 roles, are. That's in my presentation.
Is it fair to say that there's they would replace some of the assistant principal jobs and
There's still two.
but not all.
Yes,
Yeah.
because there is still two APs, because you have currently five.
Yeah.
So, still there, at one time, Decatur only had floater AP, one floater AP across all K-5 schools.
Correct.
And within the last couple of years, did we move to five APs across the K-2 schools? And you saw the enrollment of a K-2 school with what consists of AP, and the size of our K-2 schools are the size of most grade levels.
Alrighty, and so, like I said, looking at this creative model as well, another way of looking at an efficiency and reallocating a position would be our administrative intern here at the high school. This would create, reallocating this position would create another instructional coach here, and that would model what they're doing at the middle school. So basically, an instructional coach for math and science, and then one for ELA and social studies. And so again, looking at the decisions that we do really have to make sure that everything that we do is student focused, moves us to our strategic staff. And so really looking at our media clerks as well. This would be an opportunity for us to use that staffing FTE and absorb that back into where we would need it most, closer proximity to our students, to make sure that we are increasing our intervention and remedial efforts. And so that position would be, like I said, into our paraprofessionals, and we would work with them in order to get them credentialed as well in moving into those positions. And then we also look at another way of strategic staffing. Some of the stuff that we already do, but we're looking at innovative ways of staffing here at the high school as well, of making sure the highest need students are being serviced as well, being creative of how we're staffing, looking at our greatest and highest achievers in our teachers, making sure that they are in front of more students in order to make sure we're closing that achievement gap here as well. And so looking at that, if we're looking at differentiated pay, that means if we're looking at your performance, we're looking at your credentials, that means that we're giving you a higher amount in order, because you're touching more students and you're being more engaged with those students that need it.
How is performance measured in a way to then connect that to compensation? Student growth model percentage? But there's a lag, right? So what would that look like to start with then? Because
We would have to calculate it.
But can you repeat that? They're gonna get extra pay based on,
There, you would have higher paid teachers or paras, or special education paras, special education teachers, based upon their way in which they have grown students. So example, for special education paras, they're often, I'll be honest, they're big, you know, a lot of times their paras really get they have a lot of chance and opportunity that I think we could differentiate their pay, give them a little more of a stipend. Same thing for a special education teacher. I think we need to differentiate their pay, because special education teachers very much so are in harm's way to help, one, the emotional, the social, the physical, but also they need to bring the students along. And then that third one, or that top one, is at the high school, where I think we need to identify the students who are significantly below grade level and differentiate the way in which we provide REP for them. And in that innovation, give an additional stipend for those teachers to differentiate them.
and so, this is,
It would be for all three over there. This is the way that we could strategically staff and differentiate pay for teachers based upon their duties and responsibilities. The teachers and parents, because, and I've heard special education parents from, even at my last soup with the soup, at Oakhurst, literally 2 people came in and said, what are we doing about our special education parents? So it's come up in teacher advisory. It comes up oftentimes in emails, in other ways, that our special education teachers and special education parents are hard to staff positions, hard to retain positions, especially in those adaptive classes.
So, okay, so 'cause that was my question. Are we talking about just special ed teachers who work in those adaptive classrooms, or?
I think if we were to start somewhere, I believe that would be one of the highest priorities. Start, and then, if that was a barrier, just need to move in. So really looking at that, because, I mean, all parents, are important. When you're looking at a K para versus an adaptive para here at the high school, when you could be, feeding and nursing and toileting and things like that, I believe that deserves some type of, looking at what we're doing to keep and retain these people.
Because really, you only have paras, special ed paras, outside of kindergarten. I mean, I guess,
And, yeah, and you had, special needs pre-K.
special needs pre-K, yeah.
Yeah, and so, yeah, and special needs pre-K, that's one of the hardest ones to keep because, and you know this, Dr., when you think about the developmental needs of your special needs pre-K students, even versus as they continue through their growth and development, as they get older, they learn. That special needs pre-K is a very, very tough classroom.
I mean, I've been a special needs pre-K teacher, and it's the hardest I've ever worked, but
Yeah.
I guess I'm just wondering, I feel like it's gonna be it's gonna be a bit of a hard sell, because I think all teachers will feel like they do all of those things, and I think that they do in terms of the nurturing and moving kids along, and you can have some difficult behaviors in the general ed classroom too, and that's one thing. And then, because outside of your, like a special ed, para, I think, all teachers deserve more pay, but the criteria only differs based on your certificate. You know what I'm saying? And so that, you take a test for certain certificate, but it's not like these teachers have required a special training or any additional training. I think it's gonna be a hard sell for general ed teachers, because they all, they all kind of have the same criteria, except for, you have a special ed, but if that's making sense. I don't want other teachers to feel undervalued, particularly if you're teaching in a, post-talk classroom environment where you're working with, students with special needs and students, general ed students.
Right.
And, so what about those teachers who, because typically you should know who's working with who. You should know who I know you know all this, who the general ed teacher is, who the special ed teacher is. So they are working with both demographics.
It's today mostly for us to get this information, to start seeing the kinds of questions we have.
Yeah, it's not to say today is the decision, but this is, the purpose of the retreat is to begin the conversation so that when we do think about the parameters, the budget, and the priorities of the budget, I listed strategic staffing because I think this is an opportunity for us to pay teachers more and have a financial investment.
The
media clerk one, does that mean that if you have unfilled media clerk positions, and that's actually staffing areas? I just don't understand it, so.
Yeah, because honestly, right now, we only have really 2 full-time media clerks throughout the district in K2. Most of them, 2 of them are part-time. So really looking at that, how is it really servicing the school as a whole? And looking at, and we also have one of the schools that moved that position already into a parent position. So is it really beneficial to have this position, or can we rethink that FTE, that staffing that they get for that position, and really look at how we can pour back into our students and have more closer proximity to that?
So just, I want to, just a couple quick questions to Jana's final questioning. I mean, we have, it sounded like from what Tracy was asking, that we have a clear way to measure the teachers that are doing this work, even if maybe it lags, like we've been.
I've got a lot more questions, but that's the initial one.
There is a way to measure the teachers that do this different work. Broadly, it sounds like there's agreement or acknowledgement around the table that it is materially more difficult.
Yeah, I think, Hans, I'm seeing basically 2 different categories here.
Yeah.
So there's special ed paraprofessionals and special ed teachers, and I know I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we're struggling to fill some of those vacancies, and traditionally school districts can. So, I can see why school districts look to incentivize that. But then moving into, students at the high school, that's a whole other arena to me. That doesn't necessarily fit into special ed, and I think we need to look a lot more closely because, read Maureen Downey's last 2 articles, one about teachers feeling rushed. It was an op-ed from a Piedmont instructor, or this email thing with teachers. And so I do worry, while we definitely have a moral, ethical obligation to help our students who are below level, we have that same obligation to make sure all our students are getting. And so that's where I need to see a lot more information about the measurement and the work, because I also think there are lots of factors that go into the purported performance measurement, although I understand the state has these.
There is a differential performance, correct, in the schools that we're trying to address, right? Like that, I want to come back to that. So we broadly recognize that there is a subset of students who we're doing all this work in pre-K and K2, K5, try to ensure that we provide the right baseline for all students to succeed as they go through the system. But we currently have a cohort of kids who we have historically dramatically underserved, and who, and this is not blaming kids at all, this is us as a system have not served these kids. And we now need to go back and do the best that we can in the time that is remaining while those kids are within our care to provide as much remediation and bringing them up to speed as possible. Like massive amounts of focus, and status quo and what has historically been done in the past has manifestly not worked. It's why we're in the situation that we're in right now. You need to try to get some focused effort and attention on these students. I feel a moral obligation to ensure that we provide that. And so why would, if we want, or if we need to ensure that we have the expertise in the teachers focused on that, it is, I think, a different level of effort required from the teacher on the, I mean, it's like almost like a, what would the term be for it, right? It's not, I don't think it's a special ed thing, but there is a remediation focus, I think, right? That is different than, I'm, again, not an expert, but that feels different than a standard classroom. That feels like different work, more work, potentially more frustrating work. Why would we not want to incentivize our teachers to be able to do that?
Well, so the disparities have been around Black students. Our disproportionate is with Black students. And so you have, I guess we also are disproportionately identifying Black students in special ed. And I think,
Which we don't wanna do, right?
right?
Yeah.
But this is just so, potentially if, let's say everybody who's in special ed maybe shouldn't be, if over-identified, right? And they really should be in the general ed environment.
Mm-hmm.
But they still may have those deficiencies. But we're only going to incentivize the special ed pay. But really, all of those teachers are having to do the same work. But instead of, I think we're talking about, teachers who have to catheterize students, which I had to do when I had special needs pre-K. Who had to change diapers and things like that. Those, I know, yeah. But also there's been the language used, they are having to pull these kids along. All teachers are doing that. And if you're in the general ed classroom, you got more kids, kind of more diversity in terms of learners, on that tier 1 level, and doing a lot.
I think it was pretty clear in the data, and historically our experience, and certainly where our kids are coming out, is that we aren't pulling those kids along in the general ed classes. We have not been. We're worse than other schools of comparable size, capability, resources. We are worse. And so.
But we're only gonna incentivize the kids in that
So hold
special
on.
ed environment.
No. I think I am not thinking that in order to get the innovative staffing, they do not need to be special ed. In fact, they should not be special ed.
They're not. This is an innovation. Right. So when you talk about the REP model, which is remedial education program, REP would be an innovative staffing model and an innovative model itself in the way in which that we serve and staff the students. So if you are REP, you're not special ed because.
Oh, I thought REP too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's, I'm talking about REP. I'm not talking about.
I'm sorry, where's REP?
It's the first dot under differentiated pay. It's not saying REP, but I.
Oh, it's the high school level, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
So,
Significantly below grade level.
so we have, it seems to me, like ideal state, we have gotten to a point where all of our teachers are capable of bringing all of our students along at the level they need to be so that we don't have these mass differentiated outcomes, or at least that we are comparable to other school systems. But right now, and that work, while we need to absolutely do all of that work, it's years away from being done. And so what happens to our freshmen, sophomore, juniors, and seniors that are gonna miss that because we don't have something to offer them? I really think that I feel troubled if we say, yes, we're gonna bring all our teachers up to a particular level so that they bring all the students along, and then that's what we're gonna do. Yes, we have to do that, but in the 4 years it takes us to do that, we lose an entire high school cohort. What do we do about the high school cohort in the end?
So let me clarify, so that position is an REP position, and how many are we saying that we wanna bring on board?
We're looking at to see exactly how much we would do. So I would work in just making sure that we're modeling this, getting the job description, seeing the scope of duties of what this person would do, working with our NTSS department, and just seeing exactly what is the need and how many staff members we would have to staff.
Okay, and is this is like the equivalent of a graduation coach?
Not necessarily.
What would be the difference?
A graduation
Which
coach
one are we talking about?
A graduation
The
coach.
first bullet under differentiating pay.
Yeah, a graduation coach is not necessarily teaching students. Your graduation coach is ensuring off track, on track, do analysis of transcripts, understanding that type of work, not teaching skills-based remediation,
What would,
to evidence-based intervention.
I would feel a lot more comfortable when there's job description and duties, because I would love to hear what our two teachers think. It's hard for me to assess this, right? Like, I think I'd want to see what the teachers think.
Because I think my final thing there is qualification versus performance-based pay. So we talked about the fact that with an SGP, if you're new, there is no SGP data, right? Unless I guess you're going into SLDS, and so then, so that's
Yeah,
like
these letters.
So like
The statewide
even a
license,
campus, right?
yeah.
You go to your child's grade, but there are ways to go in, and now you get the bigger state platform, right? And, yeah, so I think, I see why we want to pay attention to these issues and come up with innovative ways, but I think to Janet's point, and, you know, Hans, I hear what you're saying, but if the message in the school district is largely we need to pay our teachers more, I think we need to be very careful of how we're doing things. So I think, yeah, that
But
hearing more about
what-
it would be helpful.
If the council corners have brought up special education para pay,
Mhm.
as well as my soup with the soup have brought up special education pay.
Yeah.
So,
I have met with about
I
five.
don't hear a whole lot of disagreement around the table around special education on its own. I think it does sound like there's some questions about this, what do we call it, rep?
Remedial education program.
Rep, or whatever we call it. It's that first bullet, I think that there's some questions around. But I think so just some specificity around what we're thinking there, and I realize it's in the process and everything like that. But I guess what I would leave the board with is, if not that, something. Like, I'm really uncomfortable letting those kids not get differentially served, because they have been differentially underserved up to this point. I'm just so happy about letting an entire cohort of high school move forward at the same stuff.
So just looking at all the considerations that I just mentioned, let's look at you have a copy of the red line, school allotment guidelines. And this is how, with those conversations in mind, of how we would modify this in a guideline that would give us exactly what we need to do and how we would need to staff for next year. So I'll give you a few minutes. You may have already read it because I believe we sent it to you before. But just kind of looking over it, give you about a couple of minutes to go through it. That's right. You have to bother with somebody else. Thank you.
We are saying there's 7 net eliminated positions, just in case.
Yeah, I was just gonna open it and put it on the screen.
she's trying to open it up electronically, but it's logged into it. Here we go.
And so if we go, everything in red is just, will be the update. And going down to our building allocation. And so the conversation that we just, this is how we would, gauge how many principals or APs will be at the school and what grade level.
May I ask you a question? And I just want to make sure that I understand this. On page 5, the allotment guidelines, so that, I understand this is for funding, okay? But then when we are looking at the max number that we are allowing in a classroom, the max number of students.
This is the number that we have at the local level. When we're talking about funding, the funding number comes from the state, so which is a little bit lower, but when we're looking at the local funding.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I think when I look at these class numbers, though, I look at them kind of like Amanda giving us the low enrollment numbers, projections versus the highest projection number. Look at the allotment allowance and then go to the highest number that could be allowed in the classroom with that allotment number, because it's hard for me to look only at the funding and not. So what are the max class sizes with these enrollment numbers, or these allotment numbers?
These are the numbers that that's preferable. to
Right,
have
I know
max
what
numbers.
preferable,
Looking at the case, we're saying at the local level, when we're talking to principals and depending on how many students that we have at each grade level, we have gone up to 25, 26.
okay.
If we're looking at, depending on what grade, now, we don't want that many at in kindergarten, but if there's a higher grade level that we can say, you know what, this is manageable for a teacher without bringing down the number, because
Right.
if we split the classes, that could go
Yeah.
below our funding level. So we just look at it, and we look at individually, what is the tipping point for that school year?
And Hans, I don't know if this answers to you, so like, then when you go back to like priorities and funding, I'm working with 148 English students. Last year it was 160. Some other English teachers in my department might have 77 and 89. And so that's why sometimes I do look at these numbers. It's not my job, I understand, but when I look at some of this, it is with that knowledge that they're the numbers that we're deciding for, fiduciary responsibilities, but then when we're making decisions for those instructional impacts. So,
Those should be happening at the school level.
okay,
All we're deciding is
right, so that's
add it
why,
up, divide it by 23,
Exactly.
that's the number of teachers you can get.
right, so that's why,
That SLT, I'll finish.
yes, sir.
But at that, sure, we're willing to sacrifice a para and a media clerk. You just said it, several of them have gotten rid of
They
the
have that
media
autonomy,
clerk,
yeah.
and thrown an extra para. They have the flexibility, but what we're saying is 23-1, that's your money, run with it.
So then will we find out before we make a budgetary decision what each SLT has decided is the max class size?
No, it has to work the other way
Okay.
around, and the max class size, as you saw in the allotment guide, wouldn't be decided until those kids even show up. And so sometimes you have years like, my daughter was a first grader at Glenwood, 17 extra kids showed up that weren't in, they're like, oh my God, we have to hire a first grade teacher. They did it, FTE covered it, it was in there. They didn't find out until, a week. But then the SLT, they have their conversations after we produce. They sit down and say, what's the priority here at Winona Park for us, and where do we want to put our money in our
Okay,
finances?
so ultimately, the board has no say in class sizes.
No, I don't think, I think his point is important, because I think the way that the class sizes are structured, that ratio that you see there on that table is kind of the way that Decatur prides itself on how those class sizes or how the schools are structured. So that's the difference between a Decatur and perhaps other larger school systems. So if we decided, or if Dr. Whitaker decided she wanted to restructure that for budget's sake, I think that would be an interesting conversation to have with the community.
And there is no restructuring. These were the same class sizes that were here last year or the year before. None of that has changed.
So it's still, though, the Decatur's 28, but it may be that the schools choose, 30-something for the high school.
Yeah, just like you said, you have a different number, there may be in the second grade, you know what, we can do 24 in each of these, and allow us to do a fourth kindergarten classroom, and get that number down to 20 each.
If you remember last year,
As long as it
this
fits in the
came up,
budget.
this
As long as
came
it fits
up
in the
with
budget
high
and the school is
there were
23 to
some
1 or
gen ed
less.
classes that were pushing 30-something,
Right.
like maybe Algebra 1, but then AP Calc BC is 10.
Okay.
Right, this was very relevant on the board, right when there was a lot of fire about the parapros, because a lot of the principals collectively decided to take paraprofessionals out of first, second, and third grade. I came to find out it was not a board level decision, it was just the individual principal saying the best bang for our buck, get rid of 3 paras and hire a full-time teacher and lower the classroom. Correct. But in theory, if the principal wanted to do that, they could do that.
Your time is
in totality.
totality.
Ends at 8 minutes ago.
At, 105, including compensation first look.
All righty, so we're gonna get through the guidelines, but again, everything has been redlined into consideration that we're asking you to look at. It is, guidelines, so we would need to just review and you would just let us know what your decisions would be as a board and how we would move forward.
So it's just looking at, this tab. So this document, just like we talked last week around the budget, parameters and priorities, and they were discussed, and then will be moved to consent, for next time, based upon your feedback, inclusive of what we talk about today. This is the document as well that would be approved by the board, because then we can take that information and plug it into the modeling that we give for you for budget.
And we're approving this in December? Then I have a couple questions.
Yeah, is equitable outcomes gonna be discussed later in the afternoon?
Yep.
Okay.
So we're proposing 2 additional clinical aides, if my math is right. It went from 1 per building, but in the high school, you're gonna, actually just 1, because I don't think.
It's just,
middle school.
yeah,
We were
it's just
one.
really just looking at the range of the students, so really just making sure that it's,
One at both.
No, because the middle school, the middle school's not above 2,000 students. So it's gonna be, it's 1 for everything except for the high school. Actually, the high school isn't above 2,000.
Correct.
right, so both
So
of
it's just
them
gonna be
still
one.
put one, it's
Okay,
still be
there's
one.
no change instead of per building, you're saying per
It takes a second for me to do math in my head. Okay, then media clerks in lower elementary. Sorry, so like, what it looks like here is basically until you get to 3-5, we're not gonna have media clerks, because I don't think any of our elementary schools, so that's 5 positions that's coming out.
She said it's currently funded at 2.
Currently funded at 2?
Look, 3 of the schools are not using it.
Yeah, right now, they have.
So it's 2 positions.
That were,
Yeah, but we're still looking at that FTE for the position. And so really making sure that it is clear, because with their flexibility, they could say they wanted the media clerk again next year. So if we're making sure that we're codifying this in here, that would be the staffing model that they would have to.
we're not eliminating the position, but the school might find funding elsewhere.
I have a question about the instructional coach. It's on line 7, page 7.
Yes.
Because first, I want to make sure I'm correct about this. Last year, was the instructional coach grouped in the administrative group? I feel like I read that somewhere. So like we have instructional, we have assistant principals, administration. Are the instructional coach, are they teachers? Are they paid as teachers?
They're paid as teachers at 10210.
Okay, so then, you know, I heard earlier when we were looking at student-focused strategic staffing about closer proximity to students. So would these instructional coaches actually be teaching students?
No, they,
It'll be the same model as what would make this a good, reallocation of the FTE would make, the admin intern is still on the teacher scale, but pay the additional 25 days. And so we would just reduce the days and make use of that FTE for an additional instruction.
Thank you.
So, maybe and/or Tracy's mentioned job descriptions, or will we get that before we vote in December? Those jobs?
yeah, so, and there's a draft duties and responsibilities, competencies, and the presentation that I'll give later today for this as a new role at the school level.
Okay, because I was wondering what's the difference between the instructional coach and the equitable outcome support?
Equitable outcome support is more of a behavior related. Instructional coaches are very much instructional related.
So
And
the,
it will, yes,
so the equitable outcome support is working more with students with IEPs who have behavioral.
no, not IEPs. That's what a BCBA does. That's a different, that's at tier 3. This is at tier one.
So when we say behaviors, what are we talking about?
So when you're looking at MTSS is consider, or Georgia MTSS is consider academic, behavior, and well-being. And by well-being, there is that idea of attendance and SEL, all of those other components. The state is moving to GA MTSS. This role is going to help us with the behavior coaching side of the work. So that's inclusive of PBIS, that's inclusive of tier one classroom management. It's all of the behavior side of MTSS. We don't have a target on that, or we don't have any staff that's allocated to that. Now, for PBIS as an entity, it's sitting in the role of the assistant principal right now. But if you're going to pull the assistant principal and reduce the numbers, you need to still provide support, but you're providing a support at a different level in a coaching frame and not necessarily in what would be an evaluative frame, which is what an AP can do because they do teach coaching.
But doesn't each school have a PBIS team?
They may have a team, but it's led by the.
But isn't there like a lead PBIS
It's a
person?
lead person.
And on each team, is that the AP?
That lead person gets the supplement in order to be the PBIS lead.
Right. But they wouldn't be doing this PBIS stuff that we're saying that this equitable outcomes person.
That's just PBIS. PBIS is only one component of behavior at a tier one. There are multiple for GA MTSS, which is literally hot off the presses of where we are moving to as a state. It's more than just PBIS. It's more around the totality of your behavior, multiple tiered support. PBIS is only one portion, but that is one of the duties of responsibility. There are others.
But we're gonna talk about that later.
Can I have one clarification before December? So, James, you mentioned the SLTs. We're looking at this in December, so will the SLTs be looking at this before we get it, or they get it after we look at it?
We get it after. Well, so they don't give feedback on it. So the difference is, as the board, you're approving the school allotment guideline. That guideline is then provided to the SOT for them to do their work at the local level.
Couple of questions. Assistant principal line,
Yes.
Does that change the number that are currently employed at the middle school?
No. So if you're looking at the range and the students, that will lend them to the same amount that they
There are
have.
3 current,
And then 4 at the high school.
4 at the high school. So we're gonna make it where it's numbers based, but there isn't any change, at least for this year. Okay, and then, I am shocked that we have assistant principals, but they are very well loved. So I just wanna, that is shock from a numerical, like 120 kids with a assistant principal, and instructional coach, and a principal. Has always felt a lot. You could divide it up and each have 40 kids. But I understand that they do. I won't, as the HR does this, kind of be very clear about what that is, what we expect, why this is an area. My second one is not a red line, but I just question, I'm shocked we have this. Under specials connections, it just says based on student enrollment, shared locations may be necessary. Who defines that?
It's depending on, the sections and the segments of the classes.
Okay.
So if there's availability to move between schools and share that staff member,
Okay.
it is, but a lot of times it did not work only because of scheduling and timing class and how many segments they're offering at each school.
So let me tell you how I read it, and you correct me if I'm wrong. Each school will have the funding to hire a PE, art, music, and Spanish teacher, but if it is fiscally sound for them to share a Spanish teacher between 2 lower elementaries and use that FTE somewhere else, they can do that?
I have a position for you in the HR department.
Okay. I just want to make sure. So if the principals at Westchester and Winona get together, like, hey, we've got room to share a PE teacher, That gives me half an FTE to hire and
Yes.
a pair of.
And they have done that.
Okay.
Okay, I was gonna ask, how is that affect, because that feels like it would require Wilson Center guidance, like what principals know which others, you know what I'm saying?
Right, and they talk all the time, and then,
Okay, yeah.
yes, and then even going with, once this is approved, and us talking about their allotment guidelines and their allocations in January, if it deems possible to do that, then we would definitely put that on the table. And they have been very, cooperative with each other to do that.
The training was great. I sat through it like 7 years ago, and it was just sort of like, well, yeah, we can go have a PE teacher, but having a full-time PE teacher in the building is like having an assistant principal. He would jump in and
Just
stuff,
get
and he
everywhere.
would come in the lunchroom. The principal had very strong.
And those conversations are slated to occur in January. So in order to get to those January conversations, so they know what they have to staff for, you have to have.
All right, so quickly moving through this, we've already pretty much talked through all of this as far as looking at our efficiencies and making sure all of those are student focused. Looking at our strategic staffing and making sure that our highest need students are served. Making sure that we are right sizing to maximize our staffing. And if any of this can be combated with natural attrition, then we will do so. But if any surplus employees that we will have, they will be absorbed back into the vacancy. All right, and this is a calendar that you guys have seen many times. The highlighted is where we are now. I can't believe we're already in November, at the board retreat, but this is where we're looking. And the next immediate action would be the board approval of the school allotment guidelines. Any additional questions before we move on to compensation? Okay. All righty, so let's go for it. All right, so compensation reform year 2. So when we look at this, of course, this is grounded again with our strategic accelerator, cultivating and retaining high-quality professionals, and hire to retire, and making sure that we are competitively compensating our employees. This is where we were. So this is where we were benchmarked last year, and compared to all of our metro area districts, you see we are right at 8 out of 9. This is year 1. And our goal and my marching orders was really to make sure that we are getting our district into the top quartile within our metro area district. And we have, yes.
So, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, I may have misremembered. But I was, at least in my head, clear that we wanted our teachers to be in the top quartile in terms of compensation, which is different than salary. And so I just want to make sure that we're not moving the benchmarks and that we're very clear about language, right? Because we talked about top quartile of compensation.
Exactly.
This is not compensation, this is salary.
Yes, this is salary only.
But so then that is, the goal is wrong, actually. We did not say we wanted teacher salary. Now, we may change, like maybe that is what we want, and I'm open to that conversation. But last year, we said our goal was to get in the top quartile on compensation, not salaries. I just want to make sure.
Let's be clear, are we saying you not just salary, you want total comp?
Well,
Because we're almost there in total comp.
and this is why I'm willing to have a conversation about whether we change benchmarks, but I don't want us to report to the community something different than what we agreed last year. If we said last year, and I think we did, we said last year we're gonna get to the top quartile in compensation, then we need to tell everyone that we got there, and now we're actually looking at salaries and decide whether or not salaries need to be the top quartile. Does that make sense?
Yes, I just don't.
Yeah, I'm going to look at the KPI. So that's the great thing about the strategic plan, is it's online and the KPIs are there, and this is a key performance indicator. So
I think
I'm going to look.
to your question, and I'm sorry, I can't help but look at this number with this number with this number. You know, I look at FY '28, and correct me if I'm wrong, but during our August meeting, I thought when counting up numbers, like 25% our employees are new to Decatur this year or last year, right? So when I'm looking at that FY '28, how many people will have already come in and out? And obviously, that may not be something we can plan for, so we plan for how we get you and keep you. But I think most teachers look at salaries, plain and simple. I understand what you're saying about compensation, and I guess, you know, if we have it clarified for our communication, that's important. But I also want to know a little bit more, because that's all I hear from people, teacher salary. And so where do we fall on this? Because fine, we're up here for compensation, but the perception is I'm not getting more money that I thought I was going to get. And I'm not saying that's for everyone. So
I think that was the conversation at the end of it, was that when we looked at total packs and looked at compensation, we actually were higher up than we were in total salaries. However, especially for younger teachers, for newer hires, for the ability to retain, because you not only want to hire, but you want to retain, it was that perception of salary, what they take home. And so I don't know if that's wrong. I don't think total comp is wrong. I think that the question is, what do they care about at the end of the day, you know?
But it's not just, like, we could, so I guess I would say that if we become the top quartile in salary, we will be far and away the top in total compensation. And the goal cost of that is a conversation we should be clear with the public about, right? That's a big lever to yank. And so there is a part of teacher compensation that they get, even if they don't realize it, even if they don't feel it. Our taxpayers are paying for that benefit that they get, that is way richer than any other district around us, which is why our salaries are proportionately much higher. And I am okay with us having a debate, and I'm okay with us talking about it. I'm actually even open to moving that salary lever. But it's actually not the only thing I hear.
okay.
Total comp is something that people are aware of, and we should just be open about that. So I also want, not to put too fine a point on it, to take a victory lap if we actually beat our goal 4 years early and got us there this year.
What are the
So
other
then-
metro comp, are they?
I think they're looking at both.
So
They're
they're
looking
looking
at both.
Yeah.
And just kind of showing exactly where we were on both of them.
But I think there are other questions I have, like, I looked at the current salary schedule. And so, you know, if you're at your 28, 29, 30, there's very little pay difference, right? Versus you're going to 10 or 11. So I hear what you're saying, Hans, but correct me if I'm wrong. Last year, we did a range of a percentage of salary increase, correct?
Well, this is the.
Yes, so, right, so, you know, even when we're doing this, and I know there may be no other way to do it, but, you know, we're saying the highest range, low to high, but then I'm looking at nuanced differences, because last year our salary adjustment, which informed the compensation package, was varied. So it wasn't everyone got 6% or everyone got 10% or everyone got this monetary amount. So when I look here, then I'm not sure all teachers would say they fit into that, but this is an average, is that right?
Well, it's the average for the T4
Okay.
from last year.
But these are the beginning, where we're starting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm, yeah, that's
Okay.
where we started.
Yeah, but this is not averaged across all teachers. This is for people that are in T40
Right.
average, up to people that are in T732 or whatever it was, like the average, right? So this is the starting and finishing, basically, right?
Yeah.
But it's gonna have to be, like, the right grid really is that 12 square grid that shows, yeah, it's too hard to stick on a single fact, right?
Right.
This is where we, this is where we were. So, look, is it true that in 1 year, we hit our goal? We delivered what we set out to promise in 5 years within 1 year.
Okay, walk me through that, basically.
Well, this is the wrong one. Go to the one that shows where we are.
What we did.
Yeah,
This is exactly what we did.
Yeah, so the outcome is the next slide.
Well, again, where I take issue is the average 7%. So if you looked at,
It's not about the average of a ratio increase, you gotta look at the ranges. There we go.
So it's comparing where we were to where we are now, specifically the yellow bar.
So when we're looking at the different entry levels, so we did go up increased 4 spots. So before, we were 7 out of 9 in bachelor's. Now we're 3 out of 9.
Do we have work to do on particularly the more senior folks? And there's a couple of buckets in there where we can move up total comp, right? So if I'm looking at this, where do I want to pull the lever and maybe get everybody there this year? This whole column, here, and then everybody is that, do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we had that conversation. Did we have that conversation last year about how to target, move individual people versus?
Yeah.
I don't know. Was there a reason why it came out this way, where there was, because some people had more room to move and more growth than others.
That was a large
yeah.
historical conversation about like, we came and previous boards have prioritized hiring people with master's degrees.
But then
Other districts made changes as well.
Yeah, and then there were also, like at the top far left, we had a lot of room to move those people.
Mhm.
You know, but top right, maybe we didn't have as much room to move those folks, you know what I mean?
Why would we not? Why would we not?
I mean, historically speaking, maybe they already were closer to the top third quartile as opposed to maybe your.
Oh, they were, I see. But so we would though, just to be clear, we could go in this year and specifically that whole right column say, we're gonna move them up a level. And then the 1 or 2 that are down here in the middle column that aren't in the top, we're gonna move them up a level.
I think the way to do that is really looking at our pay scales, because just to Tracy's point, at the end of our pay scales, those are double stepped. So those were one of the things that we looked at last year, that if we could increase that and really smooth out our pay scales, that would combat that issue as well.
That's all, that should be on the table, yeah.
and I can't help myself because I love that we got all the numbers, because I went through and counted like the number of teachers that are at this step with this degree and this step and this degree. And then I went over to this, and so, you know, I understand as a system, you know, our goal is to move up this ladder, but I want to make sure that we're also paying attention to the teachers within our system so that we're not overlooking something. So like I looked at our current salary schedule for step 7, years 10. And so someone on the pay differences don't make sense to me. And I don't even know how
So
to,
when we talked about these scales, and James, you know this, the way you can do the work in fixing what's in our scales, whether it's dollar amounts versus percentages versus steps, it all has different fiscal impacts. And so we talked about that last year, and when we said we would move forward with the way we moved forward then. Now is an opportunity, you know, for what we want to do now.
yeah, because I'm just going to say, I looked at all the things, and the thing I struggle with is now we're suggesting flat rates, either 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, or 2%. And I can't unknow the fact that some people last year didn't get the same percentage increase, and so I feel like that needs to be addressed.
They shouldn't get the same percentage. I'm saying, I
Okay.
push back against that, I do
But
not
that was
think.
the same conversation, right?
But,
Because
but
some
you're
of them
saying
started
here
out
to go
higher.
for the higher one, and so it may be if you're looking at those last years, they move almost nothing, so you were just saying, right,
Let me
if we
make
look
sure I
at the more
understand what-
senior teachers, we could move up.
I may have misunderstood what
Yeah.
you're saying. I think a flat across the board, all teachers this year are gonna get a 7% increase. I think that's the wrong way to go about doing it, right? There may be a very baseline
Right.
cost of living adjustment
But I think what we need to do is go look in where we are, so if we are trying to hire a teacher,
Wait, go back. I was about to get you to your COLA. No, go back to where he was about to go.
So if like, let's take the master's top of scale range, if I'm trying to recruit a teacher that falls into this bucket, I want to be able to recruit them when they're sitting comparable to Fulton, and we're not right now. That's a $10,000, $8,000 increase at the top end, or at the bottom end of that salary, almost $2,000 at the top end, right? And so that's, I'm not competitive with Fulton in this bucket. I am competitive with Fulton in this bucket, right? And so I would differentially change, everybody might get 1 or 2% or whatever the number
Well,
is, but these folks would get 8,000 more at the start.
so is the logic for those people that have an invested in Decatur, I'm not recruiting you, but I'm giving pay comparable to other districts so you don't leave?
Yeah, they would still get it as well. It's not just who I'm recruiting
Okay.
for, it's everybody. Everybody that falls in the bucket would get the step change.
And then, I mean, also, like, how could we afford necessarily to say every year we're gonna give 7 or 8% to everybody across the board, like the budget?
Yeah, that's about a $2.5 million change, I think.
So basically, that's really going into what we were saying, is going a little bit more into the presentation, is level setting what we need to do internally.
Mm-hmm.
So can I ask a few other questions?
Yes, and Jana asked me a question yesterday that I think I wanted to just kind of put out there for everyone about which one of these options and recommendations would I recommend at this time? And at this time, it's too early.
Yeah.
So right now, we don't know anything from the governor beyond what we've heard around safety and security. So we have no idea what an outgoing governor would do in relation to appropriations for salaries for teachers. And I put all of those different words together for a reason. So it's hard for me to say which one we need to do, but these are the thinkings of where we could, or what we could do, based upon what we know of where we are now in comparison to where we were. And I just wanted to just make sure everyone knew that. I think it's a little too premature, but at least this is the first look conversation. It's the first look, so that you can kind of see where our change was.
I would be interested in making sure our senior teachers, our most experienced teachers,
Okay.
are at least at the same level as the rest of our teachers, whatever
With their
that
yellow
adjustment,
You just mean from 4th to 3rd?
or whatever that may be. Yeah, whatever that may be. Because it looks like we actually met our goal for all of the other ranges, except for our most senior teachers, and then some of our, I can't.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
But
It's top of the,
You can just
top
look,
of the
you
scale,
can just look
the
at the blue
blue.
thing on the right.
Yeah.
But, and then, let's talk about how we accomplished what we said we were gonna do early, and then have the conversation about, do we actually wanna talk about it from a salary standpoint now as well, particularly with our earliest teachers, the ones or not our earliest teachers, our newest teachers, that care principally about salary.
Well, and I think there were kind of 2 to 3 other things that I was thinking of. I think what you mentioned, James, one time, and maybe it was during the Soup Scoop, about like professional learning, professional training. I'm looking at the degrees, okay, as well. And so the majority of our teachers hold a master's degree. It's like 290 of them. To 89 bachelors, and then, I looked, and that's like a third of, say, the new teachers. 94 with a specialist, and then 23 with a doctorate. So, and I don't know if this is a conversation for the budget or something to even be looking at later, but A is in the master's column. And I don't know where that, traditionally, it's because teachers get trained and that's how you get certified. So you're like, kind of, you have your master's and now you're ready to teach. So,
That's the green row.
Mm-hmm.
The second.
so, I don't know what I'm saying, other than do we look at this at all? Like, the profile of our teachers, and I know we're looking at professional development as a 2-year plan for the classroom, but did anyone else have questions about the teacher credentials, I guess?
Are you saying that's where between where we started and this year, that middle group, the master's group, that green line, they had the biggest, they got
Well,
the biggest jump?
No, she just
No,
said we have a
just-
very high
that's what we
percentage of
have.
teachers that have a master's
Yeah.
degree. So when we talk about what will cost the budget, et cetera, that green.
And then, you know, I can,
movement on that
I
green
can-
scale
yeah,
costs the most and will benefit the most people.
I compared it to last year, so we have like 7 fewer teachers with a doctorate, 18 fewer teachers with a specialist, but 5 more teachers with a master's and 9 fewer. So I don't know, do we look at that when we're looking at salary too, or we're just looking at comparing it to the district and having our goal?
So you're kind of jumping ahead to the running of the model, meaning when we take who is actually going to receive the treatment and what the fiscal impact is.
Yeah.
But it's not, from the governance level, the exact number of people who are going to get it. Once, that's what the model does.
So here's the example, right? We basically just said, hey, what would it be if everybody in that right column moved to position 3, like pretty much everyone else in this chart is, right? Or if everyone that isn't in position 3 moved to position 3. And if Lenita comes back and says that's a $6 million increase and it's gonna be a $40 million change, we're gonna say, well, probably not gonna happen then.
You're gonna think something different. You're saying that you feel like we should be targeting that green line. Yeah, or,
Well,
but he's saying that the room for growth is actually here, or top of scale, years of experience, which is that.
Because if you look at the scale,
column.
they are getting the biggest increase in the scale.
I think the years of experience, and I'll just speak as an old teacher, is, you know, the impression could be what you're in, you're not leaving, right? So we do need to honor that. But then I'm just wondering we're recruiting, and one of the reasons we're doing a salary is not just because, you know, we need to pay our teachers, but we're also competing with other districts. So I just wondered, generally speaking, are the master's teachers the ones that everyone's competing for? If you're just looking at the number of teachers disproportionately that have masters, and I don't know if that's even something to think about.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
What are those numbers you're referencing with the numbers?
it's in the price out, it's in the, if you look at the tab where it says compensation study.
Okay.
There's something to be said about the gap on that top of scale as well. So, difference, if you're at the top of scale for an MA, total comp is $12,000, $1,000 a month for top MA. It's $14,000 for a special. It's $19,000 for a top of the scale doctor. If we go all the way back to the right, and a it's a $2,000, $3,000, the gap across the board, $2,000.
Salary
Going
only.
from here.
Salary only. Salary only. So if I'm a new teacher, you know, $2,000 a month, $2,000 a year total salary.
You're talking about the 15.
Yeah, the differences between them
Salary
are,
only.
if I'm 20, if I'd stayed in teaching the whole time and now I'm sitting there with my doctorate, and APS is gonna pay me $19,000 more to go do the same job,
It's a no-brainer.
Mm-hmm.
it's not a no-brainer.
No,
I'm gonna
if
push
you're-
it,
if
but
you're if you're close to retirement, it's a no-brainer to stay. You have way richer benefits coming your way in a couple of years.
oh, that's not true, because I've already worked the 10 years, so I got my salary stuff, so I go 2 years at APS, suck it up, and then my TRS is just paying me 75% of that as opposed to 75% of
Well,
this.
that's what I feel like
I've done this
collectively.
math a lot,
That's what I feel like collectively.
but I'm only doing 2 years at APS, I'm not doing.
You're not
full
gonna
time.
do any longer.
I
Yeah.
just feel like collectively, we have to decide where are we looking at? Are we looking at salary or total comp? Because I feel like when I look at both of those tables, then that
Sure.
highlighted line starts to shift around a little bit.
Here's why I'm okay with it. At this point, any raise is gonna go into the salary bucket. We're not in,
That's right.
I mean, it is 8.5% of what we give them will just go into the Social Security thing, so that's the weird thing. But really, any raise from here, unless we're talking about more healthcare, more life insurance or whatever, is just the salary.
Another way to look at it.
Our goals, which one
governor, which,
Anything the governor does is gonna leave this table exactly the same shape, right? Nobody is gonna move based on the governor, because everybody on this table is gonna move the exact same amount, right? So when we're talking about right now, what strategically do we do, this is something we can think about addressing. Until we hear what the governor is gonna do, it's hard to know about salary. And I think we do have a full conversation exactly to kind of the points that you're making of, do we wanna close this, $13,000 gap in salary, right? Like, we probably, right? We probably wanna have that conversation. That is a 5-year conversation. I don't think we could do it in 1 year.
Exactly, but also looking at the considerations like I covered last year, we don't know what anybody else is doing. So whenever we're looking at these considerations of saying where we're gonna land on the scale,
Yeah, we know they're not gonna reduce it though, right? I mean, and so like, what it means is, this $13,000 gap is going to actually be larger than a $13,000 gap, right? So do we wanna close that $13,000 gap?
so, let's talk about, sorry. We don't know this part yet.
Yeah.
So now support staff, there we go.
exactly. So this is part of the conversation that we had earlier. So you can see we are really low on our paraprofessional skills compared to the other metro. Sitting at about, with 74 paras in the district. Looking at this is something that it was a priority of mine for a long time. Level setting within our district. So this is proposed, that we would give them 5% on top of what they are now. And then anything that we would propose as a COLA would be on top of that.
Where are they in terms of total comp?
7 of 9. 7 of 9.
No, that was salary.
No, this is total.
That was total comp, okay. So, total comp, there are 5. In terms of salary, they are 6K, so they are, 5% is tiny. What we're actually talking about is something more like 25% to get them up to the.
So yes, and so that was why I gave 2 options. So we're talking about 5% level setting here, but to get them where we ultimately will want to be as far as competitiveness, is level set at 10%. And really looking at whatever percentage of the COLA or set amount that we do for everyone. And so that would get them closer to that desired hourly rate.
But if we wanted to get them into the top quartile, it's 20%, it's not 10%.
It would get them pretty
400,000.
close. I mean, because right now, we're looking at about $17, $18 an hour, and this would get them close to $18.50.
Can we go back real quick though? So if I'm looking at 22, to get to the top quartile, I have to get to 27, that's 5. So 5 off 22.
So that would put them about right here.
Yeah. No, so it's about 20%, right? It's about a 20% change.
To get to the top.
To get to the top
That's
quartile, to get position
That's
3.
including the COLA that you're asking.
Huh?
That's including the COLA.
I'm just saying, what is the increase in the pay percentage? I don't really know. But so we're looking at between 15 to 20% in order to get them into that top quartile.
In total?
In total, whether you do a COLA or however you want to split it out, I don't have an opinion on
When
that.
you say COLA on the next thing, you mean we'll do the 10% and then whatever we decide for the larger would also, so.
Alrighty. So that is the highest priority, here, as far as our support staff. And then looking at our specialists, these are some of the ones that you guys really deemed us to really look closely at. When we have our specialist scale, it pretty much runs together as far as our nurses, and then we have our administrative specialists, like our AAs and Wilson Center administrative assistants. But then for the end of our specialist scale, which is our 7 SP7 and SP8, these are more of our professional positions as far as our IT, our business office, payroll. And so looking at that, that is where we stand in our specialists and with our nurses. And so 4 out of 9 were specialists, and for 7 out of 9 was nurses. Okay. And so looking to get them where we, at least get them closer to where we need to be, level setting the nurses at 3%, and then for the non-administrative, specialists at 2%. Again, this would be, in addition to the COLA that we owe. Now, this is going back to what you, mentioned, Dr. Sultan, as far as looking at specific job categories. This would be one of the ones that if we really wanted to look at where we are competitively with other districts, at looking at the desired percentage of getting them where we need them. All right, same with coordinators, in that we are 3 out of 9 with our coordinators, and then level setting about 2%, and then again, desired percentage of getting them where we need to be as well.
Go back? Aren't they where they need to be?
That's what I was just gonna ask.
Yeah, this to me looks quite competitive. We're right there.
But a 2% would just
But
Well, that would be.
the governor would be doing that, right?
Exactly, that would still just be level setting internally, but if we say that this is one of the ones that, you know what, you guys are where we need you to be, just like we were looking at our bus drivers and monitors last year, if this is something that we're good, then we would go to the next.
I would look to teachers more than,
But can I ask about that? Are the coordinators paid on the teacher scale?
No, these are on the administrative scale.
Okay, so then to that, just one clarification there. When you're looking at steps, so like we have I saw the teachers and it was like the years of experience in the step. How does it work with the coordinators?
The coordinators, because you're not on the teacher scale, this could be a coordinator of the program. I have a coordinator in my department, others.
Is it years and steps or just steps?
It's just years of experience.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
Mhm.
I do, just make clear, on these scales where we're third, I'm far more interested in paying attention to places where we're 7th, 8th.
yes.
Moving them on to places where we're third, keeping them competitive. I think that would be hard to argue with.
All right. Okay, and then moving to our directors. Right now, we are right at 4 out of 9. We're about $3 million for our 16 directors within the district.
Before you. So in this one, yeah, I also feel on this one, really Atlanta's an outlier. We're pretty competitive with the two that are just above us.
The director position, I'm sorry.
Our directors of programs, so most of these directors are at the Wilson Center.
Okay.
And we have directors of special education, director of different areas.
So if we leave the
These are
B,
aligned on the administrative scale.
so if we leave them B, like if we just left them, if we were committed to leaving them at 4 out of 9 or 3 out of 9, then their cost of living adjustment. Is that what you're saying, or no?
That would
Or we
be
would-
for whatever we're approved, calculate.
We would do the 2%. Okay, because I don't want us to lose sight of that, because they still deserve a cost of living adjustment.
Right. Everybody would get the cost of living, but
Okay.
this is just saying, if we wanted to go above and beyond the COLA,
Gotcha.
this is how we would get them closer to where we would need them to be.
Okay.
And what comes from the state typically is identified, so it will be teachers only, or sometimes it'll be a bonus for teachers who are funded through the state, and then we have to pull them for our local. And so that's why I said I have no idea what he's going to do.
So then to that end, just to be clear, the percentages are not COLA, but then why do the teacher options not have before COLA? Professionals to directors have an increase before COLA.
Because that's where we would need to level set them, getting them, because we were looking at specific job categories to see if we needed to get them more competitive with other districts. So that would be giving that, and then whatever we approve, that on top of that would increase.
But then why don't the teacher salaries get the increase before COLA?
These are just the ones that we were looking at.
Okay.
So that would be something that we would look at, but normally this is how we would increase the teacher, salaries of looking at what we could do holistically as far as all the teachers.
But, I mean, am I reading this correctly, that like paraprofessionals, nurses, coordinators, and directors will get a salary increase and COLA, but the teachers would get some version of a salary increase?
Everyone would get COLA.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm correct, you could just copy paste before COLA's applied to all of the options?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I did not understand that, thank you for the question.
So we should just assume COLA is applied, we don't have to.
In addition, because there were lots of questions last year, because remember we did an increase, and people were like, yeah, but the governor's giving us most of that, COLA, the rest are like, but this is even more confusing because it's only written on 4 of those. I wish it would, in the future, let's write it on all of them or none of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a version of option 4 where it's increased salary scales by 2% plus maybe take a finer comb to some of the ones that are low?
And this is what you tell me what to do, so. Yeah, so this is the initial options that we have before us. So if it's something that you want us to look at a little bit more closely, that would give me my work, before I get before you again.
My first look at it, sounds like Tracy agrees as well, is a version of 4, but then like, let's target a few places where we do want to retain. I think that $19,000 gap is more significant than the $3,000 gap.
Although I do have one question, because I was trying to figure this out. Why would it, and I don't know the answer, because I tried to plug it into the different positions. Why would we want, or why would a teacher want 3,000 versus 2%? Because the 3,000 is rolled into the salary. It's not like, I know the governor thing.
3,000 is far more attractive for a starting teacher.
That's
than
what I
it is
thought,
for a
okay.
And the reason why I did it that way, and it was presented that way, because most of our districts, the surrounding districts, they're looking at just dollar amounts. Dollar amounts are coming directly from the state as well, if you notice. They're not giving us percentages, they're giving us flat dollar amounts. So depending on how we are structuring our scales, these are options to add just a flat, and then giving the option of 2%, 3%, things like that. So it's just giving you just different options to look at to see how we're gonna go forward.
Thank you.
I want to say it again, because I do want your feedback. I said that I thought we would be on support of a number 4, like 2%, and a proposal that maybe targeted a few places that we are underperforming instead of just across the board.
Although, I'm sorry, because it looks like options 2 and 3 are giving teachers more money because they're costing us more. I mean, am I right in saying that?
Yes, 3,000, a lot more than 2% for everyone.
So I'd like to at least, but if it's only me, maybe see option 2 at least, like if we're already saying, fiduciary responsibility says option 3 might be too much. Is it possible to see the option 4 with those kind of finer details we discussed, and then just option 2?
Our CFO wants to.
The government traditionally gives the teachers increases also. So this is the minimum that you're looking at.
Yeah, I guess to Tracy's point, what percentage increase across the board would even out to be about $1 million extra in teacher salaries?
Option 4 with target.
Yeah, like 4 with targets that gets us to $1 million.
Let me ask it this way. If we're gonna say, so if we are sort of deciding that we wanna end up in the top quartile on salary as well, let's say that we claim we're successful on the compensation, which we more or less are. We say now we wanna make it into the top quartile in the next 5 years on salary. What every year are we committing to get to that? I mean, because we can't really control what everybody else does, let's just do the raw math at the beginning, right? Like, we should know. Is that, if we know right now, the top one and everyone is this, if we move to be the top one today, what's that dollar amount? And divide that by 5, and that is our per year commitment that we're making to increase each year.
If it's just $1 million, then I'm with y'all, we need to take a look at what the $1 million is and allocate it right. If it's $4 million a year, then we have to have a conversation about whether it's a realistic goal.
So on the,
You see what I'm saying?
at the end of scale, 10%, 10%, 11%, 16% would be the total increase in comp you would have to do to be number one.
Are you looking at teachers only?
And you're doing salary, right?
Correct.
I'm saying salary, not total comp. So whatever that ratio is, James, you're right, your math's right. So what would it be, what is that number if we moved every single one of those bands to the number one salary for our teachers? What is that dollar amount right now? And then divide that by 5. I don't think we did. I don't think we did, yeah.
No, because to be in top quartile on salary only, your
We have to spend a lot more
your
money.
social security adjustment in and of itself is going to blow your 5-year projection out of the,
Well, so take out the Social Security adjustment, because it's not their take-home pay, right? If they're paying into a benefit that they're gonna reap, then it's gonna be their base salary to
Right.
start with, right? So let's at least make it slightly easier. But if you
Okay.
look at their starting base salary,
right.
if we moved every single one of those to the top quartile, if we moved every one of those, hold on, I'm getting ahead of myself. We said the top quartile, not the number one position.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, so if you moved every one of those into the top quartile, the top 3, so we made position number 3 in every one of the teacher quadrants, right? What's that number?
An extra $3,000 for the, starting off 0, and it's an extra $7,000 in the highest.
But it's gonna be all sorts of increments throughout the rest of the 9, right? And we don't know how many people are each.
But it's a multiply that by it.
It's a big, big number, right?
Yeah, because if you remember, when we go back to the yellow bars, when we talk about the yellow bars, okay, just right there, the majority of our teachers were in the 2 boxes. So that's where your fiscal impact is going to be the greatest. It's it's a master's, 12 years of experience, that middle box. Right there is the majority. So if your majority, that salary is 79, but that says 85, 83, 79. So you're dropping to have the greatest level of fiscal impact if you're going to try to keep that yellow bar at its location.
Yeah, you're moving that 79 to 86.
Yep, you're gonna.
That's 79 to 86. You're moving that 63 to.
And that
probably
green,
gonna
yeah,
stay.
and that green box is the majority of your staff. So that's where, if you just did the calculation on, and Tracy said how many teachers are, master's level, if you just said that calculation of the majority of your teachers' staff in that green box, moving them there, that would be significant fiscal impact over the remainder of that 5-year projection.
But that, before we commit to the world, which, by the way, let's make sure that we change the goal.
Yeah, we will.
But if we're gonna commit, I guess I'm saying, before I commit to that being the objective over the balance of the plan, I would like to know what the per year change we're deciding we're gonna do.
Okay. I will say I'm not recommending that to change the plan. I was more so recommending in what it said. Currently, it says total comp. It's not.
No, it said
Yes, but on.
in that, yeah.
Yeah, you were right. That should say total comp and not, salary.
But
For it to be salary, it's gonna take a lot.
let's find out what the number is, I'm curious.
Yeah, we can figure it out.
Because it's also, if it's
Yes.
if it's $1 million, I know,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Doctorate.
So maybe we say the top tercile for salary, like, there's plenty of words we can use, it's still good.
So I tell you what we could do is to close this conversation, this is what we were gonna talk about anyway, to make sure that myself and so we're looking at going back to option 4, and with targeted areas of, increases. Alrighty. And so out of the ones that we pulled out, what would be the priority here?
Paras.
Yeah.
Didn't we look at like nurses as one, we're quite low ranked in the specialist category, so do we need all specialists or at least that targeted nurse job?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Is that on there?
Can we split specialists into two? Because I think we didn't, the one specialists were fine, the
Right.
nurses weren't. And so that's
Paras and-
paras and nurses. Yeah, I think that's right. Good catch, Trace.
Alrighty. And then are we on board, I know we're looking at going to the optimal of the 1850 and looking closer to that percentage that you were saying.
I don't think we know the answer, right? I want to know, what is it to get the paras to the top quartile? Because I'm not convinced that the 10% was going to get them to the top quartile. What would it take to get them to the top quartile? And if we know that, it can be a better, we'd have a more informed conversation.
It sounds like the floor is 1850 though. That's where she wants to start.
That's where I want.
But, yeah, and but if we should be actually at 20.
And if it doesn't get us to where we need to be on the ranking.
Correct. What is it going to take to get us to where we want to be on the ranking? Maybe we can only get to 1850 this year, but what would it take to get us to whatever the number is to be at the ranking?
Do we want to look at smoothing out our scales or just how it?
I thought, isn't that right column, like fixing that? Yeah.
You're really looking at the step increment. So just like you were saying, in the middle of the road, they're getting more, and that there's more double steps at the end. So do you want us to explore that as well as making sure that we're having?
I would love for you to explore it, having previously asked and had a meeting on it, and this was years ago. To not go back into smooth is just a Herculean task.
To not what?
To not roll anything backwards, so to keep everyone where they are with the jumps, and to smooth out all of those scales is a financially massive lift. Also, from your perspective, also massive lift. I'm not saying we're there, but I would love to see it, because you're right. Like, if from year 10 only get $1,000 bump, but 18 through 25, I'm $3,000-$4,000. That's awkward, and a good reason for me to start looking elsewhere. Ultimately, that's our goal, right, is to retain professionals.
So it sounds like what you're saying is that is not a budget neutral, exercise?
No, it's definitely not. I mean, because you can't predict it, but you're basically saying, like, yeah, we're gonna give more people raises for year 11 than we're currently projecting.
I got you.
Are we, pausing or putting a pin in the special education teachers and paraprofessionals? Did we discuss that? I mean, just, right
No, I
here.
think that should be still on the table as far as our strategic staff.
Can I clarify this, and I don't know if it can be answered? Am I correct that historically, as in even just recently, we have had a harder time staffing this position? So that alone for me.
And I would say, majority of districts, and if I remember, we did maybe the first year in the pandemic, most districts gave differentiated pay for special education teachers and paras, especially in COVID, and they used ESSER funds to do it. This is more of a commitment to say, we understand the differentiated need for pay.
And is it all special ed teachers or just the teachers in the adaptive classroom?
We can look at both, but what I was saying, if we really wanted to just start somewhere, we could look at our adaptive teachers.
And adaptive paras.
Can I, I think last year, we really confused the community talking about options. What happened over the course of it was we started at like option 5, and then we had 5A and 7B and QRS. Like, I feel like maybe it's a bit early for us to talk options right now, and maybe not label it quite yet and start talking about, like, I think concepts maybe. And then when we get to a point where we're talking options, we have a much more tight definition around what we're gonna do, because I just think we got
that actually led to some of the confusion in some of those public meetings, and I think that'll help a little bit.
Yeah, and so that's where these considerations and priorities, not necessarily,
So we-
the concept of percentage targeted pay and COLA.
Yeah, and so we'll take
Targeted pay of that.
language like option one and option two, like just concept one, concepts, yeah, just make it with, I understand what we're doing, I just wanna make sure it's a little more.
What is the minimized salary compression?
So whenever we're looking at the salary scales, we don't want to increase one job category that it compresses up to another job category. So that's what we're looking at, just make sure if we're looking at increases in these specific, job categories, that we're looking at the scales in totality. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, so this is the, next step. So I have a more of an understanding of what the priority is. And this is just really going into looking at, the different, and it's just options, the, concept of different things that we can, always looking at affordability and sustainability of any of our, and determining, in February, the financial impact of whatever recommendations that we do have, and then making sure that we are looking at our goal and changing that goal from salaries to total.
And Board, I just want to say that we start this work as early as we do so that we can be as competitive as possible in recruitment and retention in that last quarter of the school year.
Can I ask for a so I'm gonna voice this for the board to think about, but it might be a recommendation to the administration. We don't currently know what it would take to get our teacher salaries up close to the top. And we don't actually know even what we mean when we say close to the top yet, because it may be obscenely expensive. But if you run the calculation on what it would take to move up the steps so that we are in the quartile or the tercile or the whatever, right? And make a recommendation to us what the realistic number is that we can absorb annually to do that, I think that would help us a lot. If we're saying that we can afford, not as a part of COLAs, not as a part of what the governor does, literally move our teachers based on locally funded rates up, what would that number each year be that we can reason for?
We can work on those numbers. What I will say is compensation is a portion of the entire budget.
Oh, I'm super aware.
That's the flutter of my heart. We moved from what percentage to what percentage? 70 what to of our budget is salaries and compensation?
87%.
Yes, we moved from 79 or 78.
Which was low.
Yes.
85 is probably the typical bogey, right? But we are upside down in benefits to salary, which is the core of what I think Tracy and y'all are saying, is that we over-offer benefits that our current employees may or may not appreciate, right? It's certainly our earliest employees probably don't appreciate. And so we're probably gonna have to be above 85.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we need,
Okay.
do we need a 2-minute break?
Mr. Ray, yeah. No, but.
So now that they're
It'll be
paying,
noisy for a
like,
couple
it's,
of
they have to pay their athletes,
Sorry
so
about
a lot less fun for them.
Yeah,
That's going forward, that's moving forward, that's not unique to this year, right?
Correct, well, two things are happening, they had to pay everyone, and everyone got a COVID buy, so a bunch of people were just hanging out, filling up roster spots. My understanding is UGA gave away one.
I don't think they give them scholarship.
All right, let's go.
Somebody like me with numbers, I think it's worth.
Hans, behave.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So today I'm going to give an update of really kind of where I see our equity work moving over the next, what would be 3 to 5 years, the remainder of the strategic plan, because that's what is actually guiding me. It's the what. So inside of your folder, you have a document that kind of looks like this. We'll go ahead and pull it out. This is your participant guide. You all know I'm the forever teacher. So, the what? City Schools of Decatur actually went through a very, very incorporated feedback from many, many stakeholders throughout Decatur to create a strategic plan for all in Decatur. That one, we centers the school district's focus. Two, weave equity into the fabric of everything we do. Not having it as a standalone, but in everything. Reimagines what school looks like to meet the needs of all students. We've heard what reimagining could possibly look like even today for students at the high school. Creating a space where every student feels included. These were some of the things that on the original document were listed were for things everyone needed to know of where the what came from. So ultimately, this was the what. Based upon our work last year, we reordered the what, meaning we moved student success in all areas as the foundation. In order to get to that, we need to build and sustain an engaging and inclusive culture. In order to do that, we have to have high-quality professionals that we are recruiting and retaining from hire to retire. And all of that is based upon a foundation that is effective and excellent. This what is what I talk to teachers about when I'm on data tours. This what is exactly what we talk about at the board meetings. This what is what is tagged on every presentation that is given to the public, because this what is grounding what we do. And as a governance team, we talked about the initiatives that came under the what last year. The majority of those initiatives remained, or objectives remained the same from what was originally gathered, I would say, back prior to my arrival. But one of the things that was key in the what was the name of it. It's all in Decatur, because all means all is more than just a mantra. So we need to establish what would be the systems for realizing that all, so that it does not matter who I am as a student, I'm included in that picture. So, very quickly, on your paper, I really got it when what I just said, or I enjoyed it when for what I just said, or I'm still wondering from what I just said, or I don't understand from what I just said. You have some lines, you pick the stem. I want you to silent solo your thoughts. needs writing down. I had that when you were up here. I thought I was going to choke. All right. Need you to turn and talk. Turn and talk. Share with your elbow partner, what was it that you shared?
Sometimes feel when their wish to activate around being seen actually alienates and isolates others. In this case specifically.
I'm still wondering, 1, 5,
Nice,
10.
good. Enjoy that one.
Without making
There's an ESS, that's the one I saw that you got.
that's the example that I'm thinking of, is large, and
And
then, like, and so maybe there's some way to handle that. How do we
for our
acknowledge that sometimes
and then just.
there are sensitivities that we should honor, and sometimes there are sensitivities we don't need. Right, like, so I can understand why.
All right, make sure you're allowing the other person to speak. Which partner?
And things that we're good at announcing, things
But
that we're
like,
doing without stop.
if the white student is an excellent. Oh,
Did she have a chance to share?
she doesn't have.
She does not.
Well,
She go first.
I was like, no, yeah, just I wanna make sure she has the opportunity to share with her partner. All right, I'm gonna bring you back in 3, 2, and now 1. All right, so throughout the course, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna be a little person who needs to talk first, let them talk first. But we'll want us to, at times, we'll share a whole group, sometimes we'll do small group, or partner conversation. But it's called My Thinking, because of what I want you to do is to think about the thinking. So the what, as Zinda Bowie said today, is really what you all have done. Prior to me coming was the what, identifying it. So now the who. I have shared with this slide probably, I feel like 45 times. But I say that because this specific first core belief is my core belief, and it was my core belief before I came to Decatur. It's been my core belief for many, many years that in order to get excellence, you have to enable equity. Because not everybody starts at the same place. And so that's the number one for me. Yes, leadership matters. Yes, engagement inspires. But this core belief is who I am. When I started on a 90-day plan, I was asked to look into the instructional leadership of the district, specifically 3 areas: literacy, MTSS, and achievement gap between Black students and their peers. Those were the three things I was asked to look into. My philosophy around organizational leadership and building the capacity of others, performance management, and everything you just saw with compensation. And then finally, professionalizing communication. That has been the guiding light, if you will, to the past 16 months. Another thing, I don't necessarily share all the time, but I am a Rowan Fellow. That's the Racial Equity Leadership Network out of the Southern Education Foundation. So when I went to Jackson, Mississippi, you all know that I did, it was to work with leaders from across the nation at the ways in which the role of the leader for equity is to make inequities visible, disrupt the policies and the practices that perpetuate those inequities, and design ways of building communities and engaging our young people so that every experience helps to give belonging and so that the students will thrive. I've been on this journey and was actually accepted into be a Rowan Fellow pretty much simultaneously as I accepted this position and role in the City Schools of Decatur. And I've been journeying with them for the past year and a half. So, let's go ahead for a different prompt. I believe the following is an assumption. I am in agreement with, I would argue, or I believe the following is aspirational. And this is on the WHO. Silent solo.
The who being you.
Wait, so, my things are gonna laugh. So,
So,
That-
from
that
the
other
WHO
one,
started from
yeah.
here.
okay, and
So
so,
this, what I shared here,
yeah,
this
yeah,
is the WHO of doing this and this work.
and then when I move to, so I believe the following is an assumption about you, or I'm in agreement
The who
with, okay.
of what was just shared. But you can pick which any of those.
Sure, sure.
You. Go on. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Moving quickly along. You can elbow partner. Turn the top.
Like, my brain's working through like why you
I have to go to class for a test.
Yes, please go, please go. Yeah, you are kind of at your own high school. What was
No one says you're not known for your candor.
Huh? So,
Certified. So you can get your.
I have at 2:30. So about 15 minutes, I gotta see.
Mhm.
And then I have to be back here at 4, right? Over there. Is Jenny?
She was on the invite, I believe. So, the parent invite for today?
Am I on there?
Mhm. Yeah, you are.
I can't.
Okay.
Yeah, it could only be two, but I have child pickup.
All right. So I'm gonna keep us
Can
moving.
you take this or just need to stay?
Oh, no, you can take that. No, you can take it.
Don't show it to any teacher.
Don't be a mole. All right, so knowing the what, of what was given, knowing who I am, I approach this work to then say, well, why? Talk to many, many people, whether it were in focus groups, canvases, one-on-ones, all sorts of things around engagement in just the first 90 days. You all know, because you do have access to my calendar, that I engage in a lot of different forums in a lot of different ways. I was just at the Y board meeting this morning at 7:30 before coming here. Continuing engagement with the community around everything. Because just like you always have your school board member hat on. I always have my superintendent hat on. One of the things that I attended was the district equity team meeting. And when I attended the meeting and looked at the scope and sequence of the meeting in August and September of 2023, these were the phrases that was in the scope and sequence. These were the phrases and activities that staff engaged in. Now, in the listening and learning stage, if you remember, that was the G of gathering in that entry plan. I'm gathering information from every which way possible. But this was a gathering for me. This is August and September 2023. So I set in November of 2023 with creation of coherence, of instruction, and policy. If you remember correctly, back then we didn't have a grading policy at all. Capacity building, the professional learning systems, organizational management, project management, change management. And then we had gone through cohort analysis by literally pecking the achievement between Black children and their peers, because that's what I was asked to do. And that's what we did. So why equitable outcomes? Why do we have to focus on that November 2023? Because House Bill 1084 and the language of House Bill 1084 flies in the face of what I saw in the equity team meeting. Those phrases in red are specifically called out in this law. But I believe equity is the vehicle to excellence. So in November 2023, this was also the first policy ever passed with me as the superintendent, and that's the equity policy. Because my core belief is equity is the vehicle to excellence. But in November, I do it in the same way that we did it in November 2020. Because in the session in 2022, this law was created. And law trumps policy every day of the week. So now, it's November, specifically 2 weeks ago, November 2024. we're talking about eliminating the Department of Education at the federal level. From a national source, from even our own AJC. And the AJC article specifically talks about how that law is going to put all the funding to do all of the things that we talked about from this table at risk. Because House Bill 1084 says we're going after your QBE if you are espousing what the lawmakers labeled divisive were the concepts in red on that scope and sequence. So now, I'm a leader. So I got to figure out how can we still do equity, but we can't do it the way we've been doing it. Because not only is it for the Black students that I was asked to look into, but realize your federal dollars come for all of your special education students as well. November 15th. So what does that say? That says to me, as the CEO of the City Schools of Decatur, I can't be the person that puts us at risk and puts the target on our back even larger. Because guess what? The state is actually here already. And what are they actually here talking about? They're talking about this. Silent solo. So why? All right. Turn it off.
More limited.
You're comfortable in what we are doing, I know what we're not doing.
All right, I'm going to bring us in 3, 2, 1. So the first part we did was the what? Or what was it? What was the first thing we talked about?
Why? No.
The what?
The what? What was the next thing we talked about? The who. What's the next thing we talked about?
Why?
And where are we going now?
The how.
Y'all, I'm telling you, y'all are so good at 2:07. All right, so the how. You've seen this data. children indicator are 3 times more likely to be identified as special education if you are Black. Specific learning disability for identification. We're potentially in violation for child find evaluations and reevals and eligibility determinations, and you're getting their information from these counts. And we've been that way for over almost a decade. And in 182 systems, tell me that Decatur is one of 5 that you're in? Because there's 182 school systems, so the DOE is only in. So once again, follow me. We've put in place ways in which we can take your money. There is an election that says, I'm going to actually potentially dissolve the DOE at the federal level and push it to the state to do, and then the state is here looking at what we do. So really, how is this going to get fixed? I don't know. Oversight at this point. So the state is going to do the recommendations that we will comply, or once again, you put more of that funding up. But what I did talk to you about was about DIME. For the things that we could, starting back in August of 2023, what would we design, what would we implement, how will we monitor it, and when will it be evaluated? This should be familiar because that's the original presentation that said, this is how I provide support and accountability to district leaders and to school leaders. And this is what we have been working on to actually die. This is when you first heard the term having an interoperable data system. That's a prime example. This is the first time you started to hear that term, the first time you said a data review calendar, which will ultimately give you what would be the data points we talk about in public. This slide was given in August of 2023, the first board retreat. So, any of the things that I've said thus far about the state and about the way in which we're going to know if we're successful, do you connect with? Does it extend something that was already on your mind? Or is it challenging something that you already know? I don't want you to solo it. I want you to say it.
I mean, it sounds like if I look at everything that's there in your dime, there isn't an equity department in that list. And so is that what we're saying?
I'm just going to know.
But I mean, a part of the success on this front does not include a design, implementation, monitoring, or evaluation of an equity.
It was all based on student outcomes.
So is that our definition now? And I guess I'm putting it in forward of the table.
Mm-hmm.
Our definition of what we mean when we say equity in city schools in Decatur is 100% student outcomes.
No, it's outcomes and process for policy. The BAC, which is the policy, actually says outcomes and process is how you define. I'm going to jump all the way to it. There I have it.
That looks like a policy.
No, it has underlines on it.
I mean, the policy, the first one you had in
Equity
November
policy, there was a-
2020.
It's right there. This is your equity policy. It is access to opportunity, it's defined by outcome and process.
As a long,
Policy statement for BAC,
so as both an outcome and a process. So like.
access to opportunity and resource, and a process that evaluates the benefits and burdens, co-creating the solutions and evaluations, and that ensures access, resources, and opportunities.
And DIME does not envision an equity department as necessary to accomplish this.
Not at all. I mean, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it has to be interwoven in everything. So the equity department did not go away. Some will jump here.
Okay.
You have a deputy superintendent that is over equity. There is a proposal for an executive director of equitable outcomes to ensure that that still happens. You have a director of equity and professional learning, because you still have to teach, but you just can't teach what you taught. High school, we are staffing and getting equity to kids through the One Goal program, what was the Life Lab REP innovation.
That's that position that we were talking about, the.
It's not, it would be strategic staffing it. The CT3 model at the middle school, and then the equitable outcome support, which would be 3 people. So,
This is our
New-
equity.
FY '26. It's at a central office level, and it is specifically getting to the students. Now, it does not mean that it literally is all in equity, because what told me it is to be interwoven in staffing, in HR. This is programming at a school level. This is REP, which is teaching and learning. This is model classroom innovation on behavior, which is student support. And this is NTSS, which is ultimately what you were saying, what you said to me we need to look into.
So then, let me ask I'm gonna ask an example question and tell me how this, or tell us, I'm sorry, how this gets resolved under this framework. And Jane, if you don't mind, I wanna use an example you had told me about the teacher that had isolated those students, like, I believe she was talking about hair.
So
Yeah.
it was a assignment, we were learning how to, the teacher was teaching, I was co-teaching, how to, write essays. So she had several examples of, from the NPR's This I Believe. And this one was about a Black woman who loved her nappy hair. And in the classroom, there was me and maybe 2 other Black girls. So nappy is not a term that I would use to describe my hair. And so
I would, you know what?
Let her finish, I wanna hear, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why that's my favorite, just write, read a book.
yeah.
That's exactly why.
So, I was not consulted on this assignment, and so, immediately all eyes turned to the Black girls' heads in the classroom. And so, when I was talking to Hans about my concerns around equity, how do we address cultural competency, culturally responsive teaching? I think that those are terms that we can still use. How do we address the inequities that those Muslim and Black students discussed at our last board meeting during public comment, where they said that they felt threatened? The process that took place when the student said he was wearing the scarf as an expression of his cultural identity. And to, I guess, you know, voice his, you know, affiliations with, or associations. And so, how do we address that through just outcomes?
Well, in this framework, like, so we're saying that this is gonna be the way that we manage these scenarios where inequity has cropped up. How, Jana just gave 2 examples. How would this, who on this, and how on this, would that address those examples?
Dependent upon grade level, you have equitable outcome support professionals. And I flew by it, I'm gonna go back to it. Facilitate crucial conversations. Promote equity and diminish implicit bias in disciplinary practices. This is not exhaustive.
But I don't mean to be a stickler here, but so do those two black girls in the classroom who felt uncomfortable or felt isolated in that moment and may not even have been able to fully articulate what happened in that moment, do they call this person? Does this person do a site visit and periodically find out that teacher X does it wrong? Like, how does that?
Well, the system you have in place didn't go away. So you still do have what would be the Google form that still goes to the Director of Professional Learning and Equity. That form didn't go away. The same way this would be, typically at this point, that student, I would hear from that parent, or that parent would go to that principal. But now I'm saying that there are people that are staffed to help at the school level that aren't doing that work now. Because right now, and I could think of about 3 different situations where in the past month that were not addressed and got to the board level, but there were ways in which it came from the parent, specifically in elementary. It came from the parent to the principal, and then ultimately to Karen. Then we go back through the process of looking into that matter. And that is, I can literally think of 3 that never came to the board level.
And so then I'm sorry, go ahead, Jane.
But proactively, I think if that teacher who's a veteran teacher, seems to be lacking some cultural competence and should be some baseline, basic training that our teachers have so that they know that will this curriculum, will this resource isolate students or marginalize students? It shouldn't be on the student to have to try to, I don't even know how those girls processed it, but I knew the harm that had been done, because, you know, I was affected. And so, but I don't see how we are helping build, it shouldn't be on a reactive case-by-case basis. There should be some district-wide training, and I don't know that you have to mention, you know, I think, you know, there should be ways that this training could happen district-wide without you having to say black, white, or whoever. But teachers should know that, you know, you need to take in consideration the background, the culture of students. A student shouldn't have to be questioned about what they wore to school.
And I do believe that that professional learning needs to take place. And that's why literally.
But we've not had any this year.
What do you mean you have not had any
When
this
I
year?
asked if there has been any, district-wide PL, because I assumed it would happen during,
Pre-planning?
pre-planning.
Okay.
Because I don't know what happens district-wide. I don't know if there are any district-wide PL days. Sorry?
Yes, they're in their early release.
They're in the early release stage.
And so
Yeah, that's fine. Did you put this under there so that she can have the ballot? Okay, perfect. I was just, make sure we have them all. Thank you.
Because I don't know when that type of training is happening.
So is the concern that professional learning on culturally relevant pedagogy is not occurring? But
It's whatever you want to call it, that lets teachers know that curriculum, instruction, resources, and marginalized students, is not okay. How I interact with a student,
right.
you know, is important, and I think their background needs to be taken into consideration as I'm trying to establish a rapport.
I agree. And the other piece, and we'll go back, no, I had to think about where I was.
Restorative practices, like, when is that type of training happening, as new teachers come into the district?
New teachers have their own. So here, remember, equity for me is design work at a system level. It is how in which you support teachers, and then how you get it at students, to the student level. This is process. So one, you have the learning forward piece that was presented just last week. And we are doing system design work to create a system of professional learning, not just ancillary one-stop shop professional learning, but true system of professional learning. At the middle school, they are doubling down on CT3, which is professional learning based upon this book. And I'm going to read to you the 4-step process. Giving precise directions to every student, knows how to be successful in each activity or academic challenge. Narrating the positive behaviors of students who get it right to work, and making choices in the best interest of their learning and of their peers. Implement accountability systems to encourage the strong choices, the self-discipline, the incentives for collaboration, and building the relationships with students beyond academics and really gets to know them as individuals. That number 4 is exactly what you're talking about. That is it. So the how is there, but the how is not going to fly in the face of that law. And this entire process around discipline is happening. Both you and Dr. Sultan were invited to be a part of the empathy interview. As parents of Black children who came through CSD, and there was a disproportionality of discipline for Black children. Those empathy interviews were coded by our Harvard resident so that we could define the problem, inquire, and now I'm at the Imagine stage. This is all out of the National Equity Project because I'm a Rowland Fellow. But I'm not at the end of try yet. So it is literally happening. Dr. Sultan, were you there? I met with parents. I met with students. And it was someone and spoke. I met with teachers. I met with principals, I met with assistant principals, I met with coaches, all about the experience of Black children in our district. So as I said before, as a Black woman, there is no way in the world I would want any child not to feel safe, seen, or successful. But I can't do it the way it was done before.
I understand that, and I think that there are ways to do that, but during the last board meeting, I asked, because equity, that word was used like every other word, and, in certain slides, it was bolded and highlighted, and I said, well, what is our definition of equity? And the response was, well, it depends on the needs of the school, and we look at it through the lens of that school. And I was like, what resources are we pulling from? And there were different resources for different schools. And our equity statement says that we seek to uphold a shared definition of. And as I have looked back over this policy, it feels like equity is more than just an outcome and a process. I'm like, well, where is this coming from? And it has to be more than just, in your work with the organization, it talks about students, having a feeling of belongingness, right? I don't see that. I don't see that in our policy. I don't see that in, outcomes, in that definition of outcomes and processes. I don't know where belonging falls into that.
But this is from the policy. I didn't make this up. This is what's on that sheet of paper.
I understand that, and so I'm saying,
Yeah,
as I'm looking at this now,
You want to revise the policy?
my recommendation is that the board look at this policy and revise it, because, it's not clear, how does a student develop a sense of belonging? What is the district's commitment to developing that? We're supposed to do an annual training as a board, equity training, which.
And so I would wonder if the information that was provided on the learning framework, actually belonging and self-awareness is one of the CASEL standards. So I would wonder if that is, one, a strategy. It's in year 0 of design. But I would wonder, does, in building that SEL framework, specifically at the 6-12 level, does it get at some of the things that you're saying?
I don't get, this is the what we want you to do. I think it's so important, and be on a board, and I don't always voice it, just like the year after year, the same issues, the same stuff. As much as I want to hear about the financial update each month, I kind of want a what we're doing on this update every month. Like, these are the sort of proactive things that we're taking and we're engaging in and we're doing, and this is how it's important, and not only would it make, I don't need to feel better, but I want to know this is what we're doing this year. This is what we're planning on doing in 3 years and 5 years. It is top of mind. It is an activity that's important to us, a set of activities that are important to us, because if we don't say it, people just assume we're not doing it.
Can I answer, because I think now I am confused. Before you spoke, James, because I thought the focus was on student outcomes, and so one of the ways in which we're doing that is trying to close the achievement gap. And so I see that quite clearly, and I see the way that we have gotten test results for all makeup of students. And then I look at the process, and this is the way I interpreted it, right? Whether it was looking at communities and schools coming in, or a process in which we now have a different approach to MTSS. So those were just two things that came to my mind immediately. And then, because I think what I heard you cite, Jenna, and was more to do with professional training and curriculum materials, right? And so, yeah, no, I mean, there are other, and so then when you move to belonging, I'm hearing you say an empathy survey, but I'm also thinking of the climate survey that Georgia DOE gives out that would already give us that data. So,
which is the true KPI for it. That's the key performance indicator that the board approves,
because I think then,
was
and
the climate survey.
because where I'm trying to synthesize all this is, I thought that is why we are looking at the different partnerships and programs we have, including the Harvard Resident. And so I'm actually seeing a lot of stuff that we're using, which is why I'm kind of confused by your question, and maybe it's because I have the gift of ignorance as a board member, and I've just rolled on, and so I've rolled on just as I'm seeing
Yeah.
this.
And so
Student outcomes.
we do have a Harvard resident that literally wrote the policy for the entire state of Rhode Island on equity. The equity work for the entire state of Rhode Island.
Yeah, but that's like 12 people.
Yeah, but at the same, that might be true, but you can say the same thing about the case. So,
I do just want to add that, Karen and Scott, right, and I'm in school day by day, and something that we focus on is the process by which school leaders are going to continuous improvement practices. And specifically, what are they setting their goals on in these 90-day plans that we work with UVA on? All the goals are set around closing the achievement gap and the necessary steps it takes to get there. And within those steps, school leaders have the autonomy and the leadership to co-create solutions, right, that to get at this challenge that we see in the data. That's one of these 90-day plans that create the process by which you're addressing inequities in the system. The second piece that I'm seeing day by day, we spend the majority of our time in schools, are the Canvas site visits, where we really do give the school leaders a snapshot of their data, and we say, this is what we're seeing in the classroom. This is what the student experience looks like. What are your next steps to ensure that every student has what they need, equitable solutions, right, to learn? And so through those processes, we're seeing an equitable approach, right? Not only by having school leaders create their own solutions, right? Flipping sort of this power dynamic, right? Top-down dynamic. We're getting the folks that are closest to the challenges to create solutions, but also being on the ground, seriously, day by day, coaching school leaders and being in classrooms so that we are monitoring the student experience as well. So these rapid improvement cycles that we're doing through the Canvas site visit is what I believe and have seen, right, lead to greatest impact when it comes to student experience. So I just wanted to add that, because I think it is through the processes and that design work that some of that equity work is being done.
and I also want to add this, I want
Yeah.
you to touch on this,
Yeah.
because the intersection of coaching and continuous improvement for equity, this is where the work is in 2024 and where the research is taking us. That's where the evidence is saying it needs to be. So go.
So this study was done last September, so September of 2023, by two University of Denver professors who they built this conceptual framework using three theorists, Aguilar, Robertson, and Mesereau, to speak to really its ontological change, right? What will lead to behavior change on the ground that influences your practice? Coaching is the highest lever they came to as, leading to that behavior change, because what it does is it combines professional learning, it puts it within the context of that learning, right? And focus of those that are being coached. that combination is what influences the change to the student experience, and that's what they're discerning through their research.
So I think maybe now I understand, James and Jana, what you're asking. Is it possible that it's in the POI or each board meeting? And James, tell me if I'm wrong. Jana, yours is a little harder for me to answer because the belonging, like I understand we have surveys and I know that was just one example, but is it mostly then, besides just milestone improvement, or I think last spring we got numbers about the students doing math tutoring. James, are you saying more data regularly regarding how these student so we're learning the approach, right? And we know there are some systems in place, but a little bit more of the what happened this week or what has happened this month?
Or is it, we conduct there are focus groups with students in the campuses. Before I started with focus groups, actually in this room with high school students.
I think.
Is it that data?
You know, when it's like the finance report, we stand up and like, we don't have to say, like, the vision is to run a budget, neutral budget, and we're gonna do and here all of the money we spend, et cetera.
That's
The vision is an equitable thing, and here's some of the things that we're working on, and here's some problem areas were identified, so that there is a shared vision, so there is a sense in the community and amongst the boards, that like, we're doing these things, and I'm proud of these things that we're doing, and 5 years from now, I expect to be doing this, and 18 years from now, if you've got a kindergarten, I expect them to go through a system that has these experiences. The data can be examples of it, but I'm far more interested in like, making sure that we're constantly reminded of the vision at this level of importance.
Okay.
I think, things. I think the first thing is that where some of the struggle here is this balance between what equity looks like from a outcomes perspective, so test scores, math scores, that sort of thing, which is very objective, numerical versus, advocacy, which is kind of what we remember the equity department kind of their focus being several years ago, or it was more kind of the pendulum was kind of more towards the latter. And maybe that is a change that as leaders, we're having some trouble kind of embracing that maybe it's a little bit more of a balance, for a variety of reasons. Maybe some of it has to do with the needs of the district. I'm also hearing that some of it is changes being forced upon us. We simply cannot combat this work the way that we did it in the past, for whatever it's worth. I also think that, to Pascal's point, what she said is, which resonated, is the student experience here. And everybody, every student, and I'm on my 4th child coming through this district, and every one of them, all women of color, have had different experiences going through this district. All of them have had different needs, challenges, successes. And folks of color going through Decatur are not a monolith and cannot approach equity with thinking that everybody is having the same identical experience and focus our work based on 1 or 2 experiences. I think that's where kind of these canvases and having 1 or 2 dedicated people whose sole job is to be those equity advocates. And then I think keeping in touch with the parents who who have the kids there and seeing what they need, and having that constant communication is also going to be helpful, so that we're able to shift gears constantly. And maybe that's kind of what James is saying, is that way we're clear on what work we're doing. But I think this work is going to be ever changing and ever evolving. And I think a lot of the changes that we're seeing here are coming from laws, legislature, policies that are coming to us, not that we are creating. I also think that feeds into the PL component. You know, I work for a large corporate entity, an institution that some years ago had the same thought. We want bias training, we want all of these professional learning opportunities. They realized that they couldn't mandate it upon us. So I could do it, I would happily. I went to several, but then there were other people who had different thoughts. And here we are. And that doesn't change how we as leaders feel about the necessity of it. Simply have to change our approach. And that doesn't change that it's necessary work. We just simply have to change how we offer it and then have employees.
I think that there's danger in saying we only have one or two students who are having some issues, and we shouldn't dedicate this number of staff members. Because what hasn't changed over the years, what we saw on that slide is the disparate outcomes rather, for Black students, either through the achievement gap and or disproportionately being identified for special ed or disproportionately,
Total removals.
exclusionary discipline practices. And so those things have not changed. How we're addressing it is changing, which is a good thing, but what my issue is that I don't think equity is just about test scores. I don't think that our focus should just be on, so closing the achievement gap is important. Require us to focus on outcomes. All there is to equity. And I think that our definition of equity as outcomes and processes is a terrible definition. I mean, as I've read and thought about it, there was a slide up here. If you put it ended in equity. If you put our definition if you put outcomes and processes at the end of that sentence, it doesn't make any sense.
If you remember, we had an equity policy that was much more robust. It had a lot more language to it, a lot more thoughts and content, and we ended up having to redline a lot of it at the sole direction of our attorneys.
I remember that.
And if you go back to the job description of the folks that she has in place, it includes a lot of what you're asking for. Then I think the question then becomes for us as a board to Dr. Whitaker, what would we like her to change? She has a staffing model, she has job descriptions and almost KPIs. She's willing to come back to us monthly with, school by school updates. So outside of that, what would we tangibly like her to do differently?
What I want to say is this model of GA-MTSS is requiring us to do things differently, and that is why this lives under whole child support. And as you can see, the behavior of PBIS is sitting there, MTSS is sitting there, and so is well-being support. And that well-being support is the inclusive nature of what you're discussing or what you're sharing. So that is what we will build. Now, it's in process, but yes, we are going to build it. But so, yes, this is true. This closing of the achievement gap, it was true. And I do need to focus on that. Because if I don't focus on it, I want to go to something. The student is in 5th grade. Their entire educational career has been here in the city schools of Decatur.
Okay.
whatever. Ox and dog and cat. That have no house and home.
That's the CBM. When you heard about how we use the CBM data to do this, to do that, to the assessment flow, to all of that, that is a fifth grader who has been here all her career, not identified for special education, not a special ed student. Gotta be all in. Because that's a fifth grader. How many of you have a middle schooler? Or just experienced middle school? Grader. Been here her whole career. And I know how she feels. I know how she feels. And she doesn't belong for multiple reasons. Her non-belonging is non-belonging for multiple reasons. We gotta be all in. We gotta be all in. Please make sure you complete your GSBA.
Yep, thank you all.
And based on the presentation today, please let me know if you have any changes, revisions to the budget, and articles, you will vote on.